Humanity invents this spike drive, allowing faster-than-light travel. Nations and corporations set about colonizing space at a rapid pace. The first great expansion peaks with the very fringes of human space, now a year's travel from Earth. To enforce rule over the colonies, the Terran Mandate is created by the nations of Earth, and it places a ban upon further colonization. Metadimensional extraversion syndrome, or MES, appears, allowing sufferers to perform impossible feats such as teleportation or telepathy. However, it invariably kills those affected, or drives them mad. With time, training and untold lives lost in research, ways of training and harnessing these psionic powers are developed, being improved with each generation of instructors. Jump gates are created, allowing choirs of master teleporter psionics to provide almost instant travel for ships passing through the gate to any other gate. Travel to the frontier is cut to 2 days, and the Terran Mandate lifts the ban on colonization. The second great expansion begins. Psi-tech manufacturing, able to manipulate universal constants, allows impossible materials and works of engineering. Due to manpower shortages and the ever-expanding number of people moving to the frontier, the Terran Mandate gives up trying to control the frontier worlds entirely. Spike drive ships are rare and antiquated. Jump gates have replaced them in all but the poorest, most unimportant and distant frontier systems. Core worlds have become increasingly specialized, relying on the jump gate network for resources from other systems. Emanating from the Veil Nebula, the Scream takes a mere 17 minutes to propagate across human space, killing or rendering insane every single psychic. The jump gate network collapses, and humanity is thrown into isolation and chaos. Countless core worlds die without access to supplies. The frontier worlds fare better, as many were yet to receive jump gates, or had not yet transitioned away from some degree of subsistence. Still, many end up as tomb worlds, or are reduced to primitive levels of technology. Slowly the silence lifts, as worlds manage to form large-scale industrial bases not reliant on psi-tech. Attempts to recover humanity's psychic abilities in MES sufferers largely fail initially, due to a lack of instructors, and those that do succeed are without the power of pre-Scream psychics. Explorers begin remapping old drill courses that have shifted over the years, a dangerous and unreliable task. Stellar unions start to form around the strongest worlds, and warfare erupts over control of valuable pre-Scream tomb worlds and installations. Now, our band of adventurers, stranded in an unknown sector, must attempt to survive.
No, the second one wasn't as good.
Hello and welcome to Roll4It.
Stars Without Number. We're, of course, the Roll4It, a group of your favorite users and streamers who get together every Friday and Sunday to play some nerdy tabletop RPGs. Today we're playing Stars Without Number, which is, of course, set in the lovely universe you just saw the video for. I don't know why I'm gesturing like the video's behind me. I guess in the past it is. We are, of course, myself, Enterilissium, Splattercat, Delric, Avak, and Bentham. We're going to go over who different people are playing very quickly, and we'll mention how you can support the show. And we'll go over what happened last time. So, what do we want to begin with? Do we want to begin with the Patreon spiel, or do we want to begin with the characters?
Let's start with the characters.
Okay, so Avak, who are you playing?
Ulysses.
Awesome, there we go. It's nice and succinct. You know, they say about the whole one-page CV, it's better than a two-page CV. Just shorten it just to the header, Ulysses. Great. Splat, who are you playing?
I am playing Sal Rizzetti, who is good at shooting stuff underwater, apparently. I didn't think that pistols were waterproof, but apparently he can shoot stuff underwater, so that's reason enough. I'm also on cocaine right now, so we'll see what happens. He's been on cocaine for the majority of this adventure, to no adverse effects. That's the really strange part, is he's been snorting cocaine nonstop since he got here, and he apparently gets better at killing people.
Recently. You had before the battle, you haven't had it afterwards, so I need to make
No, I did it after.
Did you?
Yeah, I was like, woo, cocaine! Like, no, never mind. I think Delilah took mine or something.
Yeah, Delilah,
I don't
but you
I
haven't
think
had a
I was
chance, because I
going
haven't
to.
made you make a saving throw yet, because I was interested to see what happens when you get powers.
Yeah, I was like, I'm totally just gonna like one up and be like, I'll do more cocaine, sure. What the heck, or whatever.
Somebody give me a shovel!
Yeah.
Roll for heart failure.
Remember those like super thick pixie sticks? Not like the pixie sticks, the ones that are like pixie stick. That's
Yeah,
what she
like
uses.
the big. They came in like
Yeah.
the hard plastic straw that you had to cut with
Yeah.
scissors.
Yeah, those ones. That's what Delilah's
Oh
into.
dear. Derek, who are you playing?
Delilah. Hi, I'm Delilah. I have fairly simple origins, but I'm in a very strange location right now with very strange people. Just trying to survive. Let's do some drugs.
Lila's kind of a down unless you get her on drugs. That's why we have a handy supply of weed, cocaine, methamphetamine, and also angel dust at all times. Otherwise,
Otherwise,
she'll freak the
Delilah
whole
long
group
enough,
down.
and you're going to need drugs.
She's the one to become addicted to the stuff. You guys are horrible. Look more Delilah.
She's the only one of us who's
Delilah is
resisting
not a
this whole
victim
space
here.
cowboy thing. The rest of us just go with it. For some reason, she keeps trying to escape.
Pretty much. And Bentham, who are you playing?
I'm playing David Cooper, who is very bad at shooting things underwater because he failed, I think, literally every time, and then he can't use a knife either. That's not his thing. He is a pilot and is also pretty good at hacking stuff, but that's mostly it. He's not good at fighting. They shouldn't have made him fight. It was a bad idea.
We wanted to
second
make you
that.
just a little. We were gonna make you be a candle putter outer, but you didn't want to do that.
They didn't even offer me that job. They're like, no, you're going in the sea. Off you
Yeah,
go.
I'm not sure why they
Have a
gave it to
harpoon.
me.
Because you said you
These
didn't want to
people
go
are
fighting,
stupid.
so they were like, sure, you can be a candle put outer.
Yeah,
That's
speaking
right.
of
That
that,
actually the name of the job now. Candle put outer.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
it's got to have
totally
like a
fine.
better name though. Like you don't call like a guy like a candle molder guy. You call him like a chandler. We got to have something better, like the anti-chandler. Like you got to have like a better name, something that's got like Batman vibes to it. The non-chandler.
The snuffer?
The snuffer.
Oh yeah.
That just sounds like even more cocaine's involved.
I know. That's exactly what I was like.
One or the other.
They probably have a powder for that as well. So, of course, if you do want to support the show, we are entirely supported by the awesome community that we have, so thank you very much for that. Avak is going to spiel on about our Patreon, which is the main way to support us. So, Avak, do you want to try and pitch it?
Indeed. All right, well, you can head over to patreon.com/roll4it, where you would be able to, should funds be willing and interest be high, support us on Patreon, where you can gain certain perks depending on how much you feel comfortable supporting us, such as access to MP3s, all of which, except for Shadowrun, working on that one, but all of them except for the last Sunday show's MP3s are now up for those who have been asking about them. Sorry about that, just a little bit of delay there. Also, you can get things such as character sheets for NPCs once they're no longer relevant and spoilerific. You can also gain access to the much adored after shows, where mostly we try to talk about what just happened, but realistically we just talk nonsense for about half an hour. But it's really fun. I enjoy them myself. But there's also a couple of other tiers as well. You get access to the Discord server, and of course, if you are truly flush with cash, like you're some sort of Russian oil baron, then you can support us at the D20 tier.
It's true.
Only Russian oil barons allowed. Really, it's
roll for it, dude. We love oligarchs. Oligarch the hell out of us, man. You can oligarch us all day long.
What did I join? Why am I here?
It's a pyramid scheme, Derek. You need to go out and find another 4 people who you can get to cast a show, and you get them to go cast another show, and they've all got to pay a certain amount up.
Oh, it's like Market America. Yeah,
he found me. I
found
Stejo found Splash, and so on and so forth. And
it's almost like that's why I'm wearing this. Now I got to find the ones that are going to wear the Derek shirt. Okay,
and the trick is you tell each person that they get paid 20% less than the last person. So EE gets paid the most. Then he found Avik, who's 20% less than him. Then he found Stejo, and I'm at the bottom like a peasant. But then again, you came in last, so I just
you found me. So oh shit, is that why? I just thought you were telling me that it was broken. Let's just get on with the show.
Pretty soon we're just gonna have a splash screen at the beginning. It's like,
but so
brought to you by
Rosneft. You can support us. Also, you can support us by subscribing on Twitch if you want some awesome icons and emoticons and all kinds of other cool things that you can post. And of course, you can just show up and say nice things in chat, or not, just watch. Really, we're happy with that. I think that about sums it up, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else to add, Bentham? You seem like you're holding something in. Come on.
Well, I was thinking that a good name for a candle putter outer would be Bringer of Darkness.
That was
it was witty but not accurate for Cooper. Just saying.
Okay, so there.
Fair enough.
So what's going to be happening to us today then?
Well, also, if they choose to support us on a non-monthly recurring basis, you can still use bits, and you can tip us if you so wish. And tip messages do get read out at the end, so the bits will go in the little pop down there. And I know that some people prefer to do single things, so if you want to do that, you can.
If you want to, you could, at the end of the episode, if we do something you don't like, you could just be like, fuck Splattercat, and that could just be your message with, a fucking link to the minutes and the seconds.
Normally we say that after the end of the episode to you.
Into paying him to tell him that they don't like him.
Mm-hmm.
Clever.
Totally.
I'll tell you what, man. I got the system figured out. You can like me. You just have to pay me to not like me.
What a scallywag.
You know that whole pyramid scheme? And I meant to earn the most? Yeah, most of it's now going to Splat.
I love the way he just casually said, "Yeah, everyone hates you, Splat."
It's fine. It's okay.
Well done.
I'm already that's. I get it. It's fine. It comes with being a YouTuber who does things poorly. I get it. It's fine. I accept.
Right, so what happened last time on Stars Event Numbers? The group had managed to find themselves in a somewhat interesting situation in a Star Game contest, which they managed to get away from. They then jumped into their spaceship, and after venting one of the crew members, decided to make their way to another system nearby. Unfortunately, due to some really poor navigation checks all in a row, instead of spending 6 days, they spent 30 days traveling. They ran out of food. They were starving for 2 weeks and on half rations for a week before that. They almost ran out of life support, having only managed to just about make it to the planet. We literally mean they were inside a pressurized tent in the middle of the cafeteria and in pressure suits. The only way to get the extra oxygen. They then managed to find that there was a weird Renaissance-era, sort of steampunk-esque underwater colony nearby, peopled entirely by what appear to be Russian, hedonistic, militaristic Russians. You quickly talk to them, manage to trade over a lot of diamonds and gear and even a laser pistol, and they quite happy to have you on board and join them. And they said, they would make allowances to keep you around, give you a few provisions to make sure that you were able to survive until you managed to repair your ship. They told you about a ship that had crashed somewhere northwestish of here. You had a little bit of a drink and an eat. Delilah took some space cocaine and instantly found that she had some sort of latent psionic ability, and contacted some sort of really big, dangerous creature nearby that appears to have some sort of history with the people here, and they seem to be constantly at war with. Upon that, the big creature basically decided to attack the colony.
It's a regular Friday.
Pretty much. The group then sprinted to defend the place. Some of them sprinted to put out candles, long story. They all ended up actually outside, in the water, fighting. They managed to find that there was a large piece of a spaceship under the colony, and they managed to just about push off the attacking deep swimmers, at which point they returned, and Ulysses, having made friend with a seemingly psionic Russian, who he doesn't know the name of quite yet, they were invited all back to join in with some feasting and revelry to celebrate the victory and to mourn the dead, which they seem to do in just party style. So we join them as they are currently walking back down a corridor filled with brass and steam pumps and little gauges and stuff that seemingly serve no purpose, on their way down to the hall of the... I think
That's
it's the
my
Temple of
question.
Odin.
Damn.
I was on a Russian sub from like the 1940s, and I was like, surely there's thousands of them. So many little valves and shit just everywhere while you're walking through. And I was like, surely all of these don't do something. Like, there's no way one guy memorized what all these little valves do. There's bazillions of them. They're everywhere. Every
about
wall
the-
is just made out of valves.
But think about the shit that we memorize that they didn't have to. You know what I mean? Like, how much stuff do we have memorized that we can just do instinctively? Just think about your cell phone alone. How many things you can do on your cell phone without even thinking
Yeah,
about
because
it?
you
It's second
change the
nature.
screen every time, and
But
you
that's
get like
life or death.
20 different bits of information, but you change the screen every time to get another 20, so you've
can
got
wa-
potentially loads. Whereas they have only one information, and it's stuck there permanently because it's a physical valve.
Yeah, but I can watch porn on my phone, and a valve can't watch porn.
Depends if you're a plumber.
You make a
Well,
very
my
excellent point, but nonetheless, we are back underwater. And Delilah is busy gesturing
Jesus,
manically
what's
at all
this,
the
like,
valves
hey.
nearby, and all the valves are like
Why?
shuddering slightly as she does so.
So am I the only one who's noticed that,
You are the only one who's noticed that, yeah.
Delilah has the
Only one
force?
rolled it high enough.
Yeah, so I'm just sort of keeping back and
She just
looking a little
sold you
bit
out.
scared.
You better punk her. She just sold you out. We tried to be good guys. Me and Ulysses tried to back you up and make you not Cooper the asshole, and Delilah just fucked it up. We gotta send her out the airlock. It's just nonstop. We gotta kill Daelric's character every time because he just won't get along with the rest of the group.
I do know he has the next one ready.
There you go. See?
Well, specifically, he won't get along with Cooper.
Yeah, the thing is,
Everyone
if I
else
keep
seems to get on
spacing
with
them, then each successive person will be more angry with me.
So your Russian friend is currently leading you through packed hallways with people running past, kind of seemingly finished after the battle, a lot of them beginning to get drunk and enjoy little bits of sweetmeats, etc. And a few of them, you notice, do take deep powder as you walk past. He sort of turns to Ulysses as you walk and is like, Darsor, my little friend, you come from space, you come from the oversky. Where, why, what brings you here?
Who's he saying this to?
Ulysses.
Judging by the little, I'm guessing me.
No, he said Ulysses said that.
All right.
Yeah.
Ulysses
He
little.
was using the term ironically, considering that Ulysses is actually bigger than him, and he's pretty large.
Okay.
I finished draining another flagon. This is like my third or fourth at this point, and I lower it down. I get this sort of like far away, really deep contemplative look, and after a few seconds, don't know. Woke up on a ship. Not sure how I got there. I suspect magic.
He looks over at the group around you, noticing that they are too close to really talk about magic with you. He goes, that is an interesting story. We should discuss it more over more meat. And as he starts walking past a little group nearby, you notice that they're a group of probably about 12-year-olds, maybe a little bit younger. And they're busy, like, pouring more ale for anyone walking past and holding the mug up. He grabs two massive flagons, hands one to you, and starts quaffing his, getting, like, a bit into his beard.
Likewise.
Quaff, quaff, quaffing it up.
It takes you probably about a minute or two to manage to get through the packed hallways, etc. But you do eventually make your way into a very, very large chamber. It almost looks like it's a giant spherical area with a small platform set up in the center. It's probably a good 20-meter diameter, maybe a bit more than that. So it's a very large chamber considering the nature of this place. And you notice instantly all around the place that there are animal pelts and hides, more sort of mostly skins of probably some sort of underwater creature, but there are a few here that are actually furred. And you notice that there's another 5 people sitting around a table in the center, all busy digging into meats, a few children running past trying to set the table at the same time as they're quickly, voraciously devouring everything that comes in front of them. And on the ceiling, you notice one strange spherical object that's kind of inset into the ceiling, which constantly flicks around, and it looks like it's some sort of eye.
Oh, okay. So, does it look like an organic thing, or is it clearly like, oh, probably something mechanical or something, or a gem or something?
The whole colony is the Truman Show.
I would say make a perception intelligence roll.
Okay.
I haven't heard that reference in a long time.
Dude, I love that movie. That movie's like one of my favorites.
So notice, yeah?
Yes.
Did we all make that?
Yep.
I mean, I'll.
I'm definitely looking at this thing with concern.
5.
Or
We really need somebody in our group who's observant. This is like a real gap in our skill set.
It really is, and it's a
I'm
fairly
not actually that
consistent one
bad
too.
at notice, at least.
You'd think we would have learned this lesson from playing Shadowrun, like you always want somebody with good perception, but I got a 5.
To be fair, though, good is like a difference of +1.
It's true. That was
You
a
know?
7 for me, and it was -2 because I got bad wisdom and I've got bad notice, so it's like it is what it is.
Oh
That's
yeah, by the way,
intelligence.
you're still all starving, so there is a -2 on top, apart from Cooper.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I thought we had food like hours ago.
Yeah,
but we haven't had
take
time to allow us to digest it.
until
yeah.
you next sleep, you'll be at -2. Then you'll be at -1 because you'll start getting energy back in your system, and then after that, it's going to be a case of like a week to be able to really recover from the amount of malnutrition you had.
Yeah, he specifically told me that last week because I had inquired about it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Delilah,
Yeah.
are you?
I am. I'm just waiting for Roll20 to finish loading up because it's like super laggy on me.
Fair enough.
Wait,
in which case, Ulysses, you didn't have the -2 on, or did you?
No, I didn't.
No, yeah.
So it's
So
can
same
do
thing
it.
with Splat. So you're on 3 and Benson's on 4.
There we go.
You look up, and through the kind of the slight haze that there is from apparently some sort of tobacco or pipe weed or something they're smoking or have smoked at some point recently, it's a little bit hard to tell. You can see that it does flick around, and it's starting to... Does that include the -2, Delilah?
That does include the -2. I didn't know if you needed to give me any more minuses because I'm also on 2 forms of drugs right now.
No, actually, you don't need any more.
Okay.
But Cooper, looking at it, it does seem to be sort of observant. You're noticing how it's looking. It's not really looking at nothingness. It seems to be staring at things and then moving and shifting, but you can't really tell whether it's technological or mechanical from here. It certainly doesn't look like it's super icky and organic, but it could just be, you know, a normal organic eyeball that isn't dripping mucous membrane or whatever. It's hard to tell up the top there. Delilah, looking at it, it looks vaguely technological. And you would think something about it seems right to you, and it does flick at you and look directly in your face. And you see this eye staring at you for a fraction of a second. The iris sort of contracting slightly around the pupil.
Okay. So
And it keeps flicking around. But it's only for a fraction of a second, but it does look directly at you.
Yeah. So I mean, I see this, I notice it, and any subtleties that my character might usually have are kind of out the window at the moment. So I suppose in like a vigorous gesture, I'd be like, "Ooh, what's that?"
There, you are an observant one. That is one of our greatest relics of our order and of the entire facility. That is the Eye of Odin.
Eye of Odin, the god? Whew. Is the god here? Can I meet the god? I would love to meet the god. Let's go meet Odin. I'm supposed to read about Odin. I was supposed to get those books. I hope she didn't die. The woman that was taking care of us, looking at Cooper. I hope she didn't die. She was supposed to. She told us to go read the books. We're supposed to read the books about Odin.
I think your
Yeah.
friend is maybe having a little bit too much of the powder. He kind of guides you
I
over to
give
a
a kind
chair,
of solemn nod.
pats you on the shoulder to
I'm
get you
a
to
more
sit
sort of
down.
energetic nod.
One solemn, one energetic.
And he hands you a mug that he pulls from a barrel nearby, and it's effectively like a really kind of weak form of grog. Like, it is alcoholic, but only just. It's probably what they consider here to be your... You should get a little bit less drunk drink.
Yeah. So he wants to mix
I'm
downers with uppers, hoping that it works like pH. It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got
That
an oven
always
that works
works
like
out.
pH. Yeah. Okay. So if he's handing her a drink, she's like, "Is the party starting now?" Oh, she grabs a drink and she'll take like a big gulp from it. You know, of course, still a bit parched from the fact that she's only had alcohol since she was just starving and dying of thirst for a long time. So alcohol makes you
liver is
thirstier.
really unhappy with you.
Oh, thank you.
There, eat something too. It will be good for you. And he kind of pushes some of the random meats and plates around. You notice that now there's a few different types of meat. You do recognize some of the sort of deep red one. There's that sort of more gelatinous grey one. But there are now some sort of little blobs of sort of a more white meat that looks like it's maybe come from inside of a shell by how it's kind of small, and you can see these strange striations on it. There's a few others, including there's like a pile of what appears to be some sort of smoked or dried out seaweed. And he kind of pushed them around you and makes sure you've got a plate in front of you.
Before, she was being very cautious and only really trying things that she either had before because she was kind of forced to eat it, or that she saw her friends, or her companions, as she say, eat first. Now she doesn't care. She's just like grabbing little bits of everything and, you know, seeing how it tastes mixed with other things. So she's kind of like, ooh, grabs this, like dips it inside something goopy over there, and if there's something else goopy over there, she'll dip it in that too, and just kind of eat it.
That is table decoration. That is not anyway, the rest of you, would you like some powder? We have blue or red, or is there any gold left? I don't think there is any gold left. We also have many different types of ale and grog. We have some vodka. Any of the food you want. We can look at the scriptures later, but for now it is partying and to celebrate the dead. Oh, my name is Grigori, by the way. It is good to meet you all.
The red and the blue. Red and blue makes purple. I want purple powder. I want purple powder.
No more powder for you.
What? I want purple powder.
Make a talk check at minus.
A lot.
A lot. Like... -2 for starvation, -2 because he's dispossessed poorly, and also because you're super hyper and obviously do not need more.
Yep. So -4, gotcha.
-4.
Oh, there it is. Hey, I rolled really well. I rolled a 6 and a 4. I rolled well.
I rolled better.
Of course. I mean, a 7's easy to beat. It's average, but there's no penalties. That's pretty solid.
No, I do not think that's a good idea. Maybe later.
Oh,
you be good.
you
You
need
put
to
on best
loosen up.
behavior,
Let's go
and I will
dance.
consider giving you more later.
What? Come on! You need to loosen up. We just killed things. It's time to have fun.
How do you guys survive with her?
Yeah, she's
Well, we
sort of a
would've
new
died
addition.
when
I'm
we,
not gonna be like, you know those little, well, maybe you don't, but you know when you walk through a field wearing thick socks and you get one of those weird little things on you with the little hooks and it's like stuck in there? She's kind of like that. You probably don't have those though, so I'm sure the metaphor is lost on you. Yeah, exactly. Well, you ever walk through some seaweed and then there's like a small ocean creature inside your shoe? It's kind of like that.
I think I get your metaphor. Although, if you put on shoe and small creature get inside, you probably not put on shoe, correct? But yes. Anyway, I'm Grigori. Welcome to the Temple of Odin. We are, of course, the priests, the weird singers, and please feel free to start eating, drinking, being merry. Partake of anything you want here. You have done a great service, and quite your friend here. He saved my life in battle. That makes us battle brothers for life. And I will do what I can to help you.
I offer another nod and finish off another tack at him.
As soon as you do, he's like watching you, especially. He just hands you another to make sure you've always got a drink in front of you.
I'm fairly sorry, guys, but I hope you don't expect Ulysses to leave this planet. This planet's great so far. This planet's amazing.
So what you're saying is you're just gonna have a new character next episode. He's just gonna stay here because he's found his replacement people. His foster people.
They make much more sense than you guys do.
So
You
Ulysses
get
is
along
just
better with
drinking.
Actually, I'm going around and I'm looking at all the pelts and the heads and things like that are decorating the walls.
Make a wisdom survival.
Okay.
Still -2 because
That
reasons.
should be -2, so it's 5.
5. You do recognize a few of them as being probably deep swim in origin. The sort of dark, sort of turquoisey greens. One of them there certainly looks like a pretty large one, probably a little bit larger than the one you thought before, and that's the one that's kind of on the floor and actually making up most effectively the central rug that the table is placed on. Some of the other ones you just do not recognize whatsoever. A lot of them look fairly dissimilar to
Are they
any
scaly
creature
at
you've
all,
seen.
then? Or are they just more like an octopus hide sort of thing?
The deep swimmer ones are more scaly.
Okay.
Most of them here tend to be on the scaly variety. There are a few that look almost translucent octopusy, and then there are a few that actually have these sort of more closely cropped, fine fur. It's not really like a thick or long fur, but it's very closely cropped and very, very fine.
Interesting. Sea creatures with fur.
I've always wanted to hug a manatee. Never gotten a chance to do it yet. I'm gonna go to Florida with a bunch of cabbage and just try to hug one.
Okay.
They eat cabbage. They like
I'm
cabbage.
assuming
You
this
throw,
is
like,
actually
lettuce
what
in the
Stax
water.
is like going through his head right now, and he's saying
Yeah.
because he's getting a few drinks in him.
This is now canon.
Yeah.
Florida being a planet,
I wanted to hug a
yeah.
manatee.
well known for its manatees. Stax, Cooper, what are you doing?
I'm gonna try
looking
and
up
sneak
the
away
eye.
from the dinner.
Okay, make me a stealth check.
Okay. I want to go look at their. I want to go look at their oxygen farm thing so I can figure out what I need in order to fix the ship and like make it all work. That's why I haven't been drinking or doing drugs either.
You know, leave me hanging, Splat. You'll leave me
Yep.
hanging.
Let you dangle. 9 minus 2, so a 7.
Okay.
It's going to leave you on a downer with Cooper.
Oh, Cooper is the downer.
They don't actually spot you leaving. You manage to get out through the front hatchway, and beyond that, you notice that there's still people moving around. There's a lot more people drinking now, etc. And no one in the hallway really tries to stop you at all. At this point, like, everybody's happy, everyone seems everyone's where they're meant to be, and, you know, you can go about your business. So you make your way back to the oxygen farm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. While you do that, Cooper, you want to look at the eye?
Yeah, I'm just basically staring at it and not paying much attention to everything else. I imagine I get like handed a mug of ale and say, "Oh yeah, whatever," and I'm looking at it and looking at like what it's housed in and trying to work out more
Okay,
about
well,
what it
while
is.
you're staring at the eye then, one of the weird things is much older than the other ones here. Very, very, like, frail of bone and arm. Like, you can see that his flesh is very, very gaunt. Sort of walks over to you using a walking cane. You're interested in eye?
You surprised me with not the same old guy voice you always use. Well done, genuinely.
It
I
has
was
to be
like,
Russian.
oh god.
It has to be Russian, old guy. You are interested in the Eye of Odin.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing. How does it work? What does it do? I mean, apart from look at
It
things.
is a gift from the Allfather himself. It allows us to perceive and to know things all around. You have to be first gifted with the correct magical abilities from the Allfather. But if you are, it grants you much far sight, and you can see events sometimes before they happen. And you can see far around. It allows us to know when we are going to be attacked. It is his gift to us.
Right. Wait, where did it come from? Did it come from the ship to the north?
No. The Eye of the Allfather has always been here. It was brought to us when we first colonized this world. In exchange for knowing his power and being able to carry out attacks against our sworn enemy.
All right. It does. Worth a shot. Does it have a power source?
He looks a little bit confused for a second.
Power source.
The thing that makes it work. Are there wires anywhere that like?
It is functioned by magic. It is kept alive by the power of the Allfather himself. I do not know what you speak
Okay
of.
then. Never mind.
Cooper, make a knowledge check.
Ten.
Nice.
Yeah, certain advanced technologies, particularly technologies of T5 and above, so pre-tech, utilizes microfusion generators. So they're kind of the size of like a tennis ball or smaller, sometimes like a golf ball size. And they're just basically tiny, tiny, tiny fusion generators capable of creating a tremendous amount of power. And depending on how the item is used or how long it's been around, it might be able to just continue without needing to be refilled, or it might be able to naturally collect some energy around it. Just needs to be able to be given like some isotopes of hydrogen and sometimes helium, depending on what it's using. But they can create a lot of power and sometimes can survive a very long time without really being tended to. I think Cooper's crashed.
I think so too.
Oh wow! I thought he was just staying very still, and then I was like, no.
He was
he's
just
like,
thinking really hard.
Yeah, I honestly thought he was
I
thinking of his
didn't
response.
notice either.
Oh my god,
Oh,
that's so
bad.
funny.
I feel really
I was
bad.
like, yeah.
It's that look you get on your face when E's talking about fusion generators, and you remember you have Pringles in the cabinet.
No, this is what happened. He just looked to the side and just saw the way that Delilah was dancing, and he's like, "Oh no, she just can't and shouldn't," and it's just like broken.
No.
It's
This
like,
this is
no.
canon. Cooper like actually has like a malfunction, and he just like
That's amazing.
People malfunction. Don't know what
Sure.
you're talking about.
organic viruses, man. This is the future.
No.
Yeah, of course. That's it.
No.
That's the thing.
His brain is stuck in a loop. He got given that one logic puzzle. It's unsolvable. And the moment he saw it, his brain just got stuck in a loop. He's caught in the same nightmare. End
No,
over
no.
end
One
over
of them
end.
just like
Can't
leaned in and went.
Which would you rather fight? 100 duck-sized horses? Or one horse-sized duck?
And he's just like,
Or
really.
one of them went up to him and said, "This statement is false." That's it. He's broken.
I feel like I'd go with like 100 of the horses that are the size of a duck.
See,
Although they might overwhelm you, but
Yeah,
the
like,
one
you would
big
get
duck,
tired.
do I get a
Adult
gun?
duck or duckling? Because that makes a big difference.
adult duck.
Yeah, like do I get a weapon? Like what kind of weapon do I get? Is it like a melee weapon? Because then I'll take like the bunch of small ones and just like swack them with a shovel over and over again.
You don't get a melee
But
weapon.
like, so you don't get anything. You're like unarmed. You gotta box this thing.
You could. I mean, if the horses got long necks, you could just reach down, grab one of them by the neck, because it's on the side of the duck, and then start beating the others with that one.
That's true. You could use them like nunchucks. You got
Yeah,
two of them.
grab
You're
two.
like, oh, nay!
I think we should
Instead
not
of fix
tell
this
him.
crashing
I think
problem.
we should not tell him because he wouldn't know in game.
Yeah, no, that's true.
You know what I
That's
mean?
fine.
He-
Yeah.
Fair enough. That's very fair. So everyone looks around and Cooper's kind of stuck there like this. Is there something wrong with friend?
He was just talking to him about the Eye of Odin, and he's back now. Are you okay?
No,
He's communing with the gods!
thinking-
Prophet,
I was just thinking,
prophet.
it's a very unusual thing. It's captivating. It's an artifact of Odin. It's an important thing.
So
been a
what
long
point
day.
did you
I
tune
wanna
out to
roll
what
to
I
see
was
if Delilah
saying?
sees
You
this.
obviously had went too far of place in mind.
You said it was a gift by Odin, and that you used it to see into the future.
Yes.
Did you remember what I told you about fusion generators?
Yeah, I got that bit.
Okay, cool.
So literally, the only part he missed was us making fun of him because he crashed.
That was the best part, though. So, meanwhile,
Clips of that, by the way.
while you're discussing the Eye of Odin, while Delilah's eating, while Ulysses is getting drunk, Stax, you make your way back to the kelp farm, which you find fairly easily. It looks like there's a couple of people doing maintenance in the area nearby. It just seems to have been a little bit, like there's a few dings in the metal you can see sort of pushed in. And one of them's just got a hammer and a block of wood and is putting the block of wood over it and... Alright.
So as I go through, oh, did he say anything to me? I'm sorry. Or
He
was it
said,
just like,
alright.
yeah. I'm thinking that. So one of the agreements we decided to fight for your people when the deep swimmers came, and what was the name of the king guy? Grigorovich.
Grigori is the guy you just talked to. The guy who was in charge was Komarov.
So Komarov, he said that so for our ship for the Oversky, It needs air.
Yep, it is beyond pay grade. How can I help?
Well, anyways, do you guys have metal scraps around, debris, like leftover pots for like all of this piping and everything anywhere?
Bear in mind that the bits of metal they have won't count as scrap material, because your scrap material is something that has to be useful. They will have metal, but don't have anything useful for you to fix stuff, really.
I mean, Stacks can't make a little forge in the workshop and just like smith
The
some
workshop is
ingots
currently
and-
damaged.
Well, he seems to be of the opinion that he can fix
if
it.
you need
I trust
some
Stacks.
metals, etc., we have a little bit.
With my life.
What is main problem?
You really trust Stacks.
Well, our great ship to the Oversky is unfortunately, well, it no longer has the blessings of the gods, so it won't fly, and so I'm trying to make them happy right now.
I know
And I
nothing
think I'm
about
gonna
making flying ships.
Sure, but I do. And so I was just wondering, you know, like how sometimes, like with this right here, where you grow your oxygen,
Yes?
like sometimes parts that you don't think will work, you can make them work. Well, I can do that for the ship for the Oversky too. And so I'm just kind of looking around, seeing if I see anything that might be useful.
Well, do you need oxygen? Because we might have spare kelp and a few other things, but
Yeah, I thought it crossed my mind.
Build hydroponics bay.
I proposed that. He said we weren't allowed to. Apparently, our ship class is too small to have a hydroponics bay.
you need a cruise from above.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Really?
We can have a small one. We could just grow ourselves a salad every now and then.
Yeah.
You know what?
just
Extends life
you know.
support by like 10%.
Just a salad.
Um,
A salad. I, can build
I
in,
would
like,
be down for
12
homebrewing you a
months.
small life support that would extend your life support, but it wouldn't give you everything.
Can we power it with the power of the black hole in my toilet so every time we shit, we get a salad?
You could
It's an interesting
like,
request.
relocate where it teleports the shit to make sure it teleports it into like the soil.
I'm starting to think of his toilet like a TARDIS now with a link, just to a black hole, and it's like his toilet is becoming more and more like the TARDIS.
Where
every
do
time
you
he
think that
thinks
his
about
shit goes?
You know, I try not to put too much thought into that. Just saying.
You will eventually
Well,
go
he
to
tries
a black hole somewhere in this universe, and there'll be this just a pile of shit floating around, and you'll be like, huh, that's where it is.
it. Wow, that's
season
seriously
6.
Every
weird
time
shit.
I go to the bathroom, I sit on my toilet and I just silently chant where I want the turds to go. Lately, like before, it was like Koopa's bed, Koopa's bed, Koopa's bed, Koopa's bed. But nowadays, like Delilah's here, Delilah's here, Delilah's here, and it just never seems to go where I want it to go.
Somewhere
Why does
there
it
is a
start
corpse
with
of
me-
Sandeep floating in space, and it's just going.
What? I start an innocent
Why is it the same
conversation
spot?
about his toilet being powered by the Eye of Harmony, and all of a sudden we're shitting on our friends. I give up. I just don't know what.
If it's good enough for a video game, it's good enough for us. All right.
I don't know. That's pretty terrible video games. But
Shit on Your Friends is a video game. It's the new one from the guy that made Binding of Isaac.
It is, unfortunately.
oh god. So yeah, you're talking to this guy. And he's like, well, we could find a little bit of spare kelp. What is it you actually need? Is it the food or the oxygen?
Well, the food and the oxygen aren't gonna matter. What would you do? So, what parts would you use if your home, if there was a hole and water was leaking in, like a large hole and water was starting to flood in? How would you fix that?
we would
Like, with what
evacuate
would
the
you fix-
compartment, we would close the door, then we would send out divers to go outside, and we would use some of this, and he holds up some like iron powder mixed with some of these, and then we would light this, and then we would stick this sheet of metal over top.
Can you show me how that's done?
There. And it is probably dangerous to use it inside, but this powder, when combined with this powder, and then you ignite it, it is difficult to do underwater, but several of the weirdest things can do that, then it burn and it melt very hot, and metal can weld to.
Can I do a fix check to see what that might be, what these powders are?
Sure. Yeah, that would come on a fix.
Okay.
Be interesting to know if it's what I think it is, based on your description.
That's a crit.
Regardless of the -2, you know instantly this is basically thermite. The idea being it's underwater welding. It's even tier 3 technology. Like, this is stuff that, in theory, tier 2 technology could do if they could grind it up pretty well, and if they had the ability to think that way. Tier 3 use it
thermite's
quite
been around
often.
since the 1800s or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
so.
it's fairly easy technology. And the guy's like, we can have plenty of this. And
Thermite harpoons. It's what we need for these people. We need to bring them the light. Thermite harpoons.
but
Sure, if you got plenty of it, I'd be glad to take some off your hands. It might be helpful in trying to get the ship to the Oversky fixed.
well, I can arrange to have some of it dumped near the airlock so that you can take it up to Oversky. Did you want any oxygen or food or anything? Food you'll
We
have to
do
talk
need
to
oxygen, but you know, like I said, there's a hole in our ship, and so it's kind of like a hole in the side of your station here. Until we get that fixed, pumping oxygen in is just a waste.
Oh, well, we can give you sheets of metal. I'm not sure how Oversky ship go with sheets of metal, but we have a few spare. There is obviously like parts that you can salvage. We can give you bits of the thermite, and there is also, if you need oxygen, and he kind of rifles through a box nearby of supplies. It looks like kind of the emergency box should something punch the hull or whatever. It's got like little blobs of what appear to be some sort of woodish substance, and like a hammer for being able to hammer them into the hole to try and like keep it from leaking too much. And he pulls out what appears to be like a big tube, seemingly packed with wax, and it seems to be made of some sort of granular substance. It's got a wick in one end. There.
What is this thing right here? Is it like a Bangalore? What is this?
It is air. It is oxygen candle. You light, and it will create air, probably enough to fill this compartment.
Really? Do you have more of these, or is it just the one?
Yes, we have several. They are fairly rare. I would have to speak to Chieftain about getting you too many, but
Sure.
probably.
If you could ask the chieftain as a reward for us helping out, if we could get some of these oxygen candles, that'd be fantastic. I'm kind of looking at it just like, yeah, that might do the trick.
Sure, I can speak to the Komarov and see what you need. Can I help with anything else? Is there anything that we might be able to do with your ship?
No, although Komarov said something about the Odinson or something like that. There's a great ship to the north. Have you ever been there? Do you know anything about that?
No, many years ago, my father's time, there was a ship from Oversky that crashed 20 nautical miles somewhere northwest of here. It crashed relatively close to Thorstown. The Sons of Thor lived up there before they were wiped out a generation ago.
What happened to them? Were they destroyed by war or famine or
It was
plague,
the
or
Deep
what
Singers.
happened?
The Deep Singers came for them.
Did you ever get a chance to go to their settlement and recover any of their relics or anything like that?
No, we still have trouble getting there. We need to get the Hammer of Thor back. It is an important relic. We have the Eye of Odin, they have the Hammer of Thor, and we have not been able to retrieve these relics.
All right, I'm going to talk to my people, but tell Komarov in exchange for his help with the candles and whatnot, we're going up north anyways to take a look at that skyship. We'll get the hammer back for you.
Total. I'm sure he will be pleased. Thank you. I will talk to Komarov. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I feel like we're stuck here for a while, so we might as well do our best to help each other out.
Oh,
I'm going to
spasibo.
head back to the banquet, but thanks for your help, amigo.
Spasibo. Okay, meanwhile, at the banquet, Cooper, Delilah, what are you doing?
How much time has passed?
Probably about 15, 20 minutes.
So I imagine, like, if this thing was supposed to have like a cocaine-like effect, its initial high is starting to wear down, and she's going to start mellowing out a bit to be less obnoxious. Because cocaine only lasts a very short period of time, which is why you do so much of it. So,
You speaking from
Yeah,
personal
it's-
experience there?
you know,
It's not quite that much of a high,
bit of
but it will
that.
last a bit longer. Like it's a nice mild high. Like you feel like you've got a slight out of body sensation to be able to. You can experience things. Like you feel like you're physically touching everything. Like you can actually get a lot closer to things. That's kind of the weirdness of this one. And it will probably last about half an hour to an hour.
Okay. So, So yeah. So I would. So I guess she would be mellowing out then to some degree. She doesn't have to be as obnoxious. Yeah. Cool. So then, what she would be doing is actually enjoying the party because of the fact that she feels closer to things. It's different sensations. She has like all this like weird stuff going on. I imagine if there is dancing, she's dancing. If there is not dancing, but there is some sort of music, she'll be trying to dance with other people, as well as just like being chatty and trying to what's the word I'm looking for here? I just said like 1,000 times on Tuesday. Now I can't think of what the word is.
Mingle? Socialize.
Mingle, but yeah, it'll come to me. But yeah, that.
Okay. You sort of bumping around, talking to different ones, the weird things, etc. Cooper, what are you doing?
I'm nursing whatever drink I've been handed. I'm absentmindedly eating some of whatever the food is while looking around and trying to spot any other technology or weird relics that they might have.
Sure. Make a perception check.
Six.
There's nothing really of note. There is a very large lectern at the far end, which has some large bound leather volumes on it, but beyond that, doesn't seem to be anything of real note in here besides what I've already described.
Does it look like holy stuff that shouldn't be touched, or I'll be like murdered where I stand?
Maybe.
I don't stay away from that stuff. I also stay away from Delilah because I'm still scared that she's gonna use the force and throw me across the room or something.
I don't know. Would I notice that he's scared of me? I rolled poor. I actually did not notice that he was frozen still. I rolled a 1 for my notice on that one because she was distracted and doing other things.
Yeah. I assume that you're a little bit distracted then, considering that. I'll say that last. Well, while you're doing this, Cooper, you're... I guess it'll be the same guy who talked to you before, considering he's the one who's got most connection with you now. Just comes back over.
Do you appreciate our temple?
Yes, I was just looking at those books over there. Are they the books of Odin? Something? I heard about
yes,
such a
they are
text.
the word of Odin. They came from above many generations ago when we first came here under Odin's orders. They tell of how we came to be.
If I'm allowed to, I'd like to read them, learn more about how this place came about.
Sure, we can arrange that. Yes, would you like to partake of anything before we get around to business? And
he pulls out a little vial of gold powder and a little bit of, I think for him it'll be red powder as well.
Would you like?
When I see the gold one, I go, I haven't seen that one before. What does this one do?
It is important magics. Important magics indeed. This one is more to do with manipulating the magics of others.
Role-playing with EE is like playing any roguelike ever. The first time we come across a potion, it's red potion, effervescent potion, cyan potion, green potion, brown potion. You're like, well, only one way. That is a horrible poison. And then from that point on, you know not to touch the brown potions anymore.
You throw those at enemies by pressing T
Yes.
for throw. You don't press Q for quaff. Ever.
No.
So you said
Well,
the gold
yeah,
ones
effervescent
were about like controlling others' psychic powers. Did you say, or something like that?
Yes, they allow you to control others' magics and influence them. But if you do not have the skill, it tests for the skill, but if you do not have it, it still will have a lovely effect, and it allows you to read and anticipate your surroundings better and take on board information you maybe did not experience.
I glance over at Delilah, who's still being a little bit wacky at this stage, and then back to the gold one and say, I'll give that one a shot.
He sort of hands you the small vial of gold powder.
Wow. I'm interested how this is going to interact with Cooper's unique physiology.
How would you like
His
to
body's
take it?
probably just going to filter it
real
out.
boy.
It's going to be like, toxins detected, filtering. You're like, damn it, I can never get high again.
Holes open in his neck.
Everybody else gets high from the vapor. You're like, we love this guy.
How would you like to take it?
Party robot, party robot.
I guess I'll drop some into my drink and then I'll try it that way.
Okay.
thought
It goes
was
into your drink,
super.
and your drink begins to sparkle a little bit. Like it's got this whole gold sort of sheen to it now, metallic. You
In
drink
an
it if
episode's
you
time,
make
he's going to be
a
heading some bots.
mental
I'm
saving
telling you.
throw.
All right. Can't possibly go wrong. Oh, exactly 14.
Cool. It tastes kind of like popping candy, a little bit like that, mixed with
Oh,
ale,
yeah.
but
It's like,
The stuff they tell you, don't ever put too much in your mouth at once, and naturally you go,
yeah, basically.
Yeah, Pop Rocks.
and then you swallow it, even though it says absolutely do not swallow this stuff, and then you're just burping for days.
Beyond that, no real effect.
How did you
I
feel?
look slightly dismayed.
Do you feel
I-
different?
No, not really.
Oh, you must have a higher constitution than you look like, and no talent.
No.
No talent at all. This is disappointing. Anyway, come with me. We will read the books.
Talentless.
Follow him over.
He goes up
I'm like,
to the
oh, I
lectern.
was hoping I could control Delilah's abilities. Oh well.
He puts on these two
You would
heavy
just make her die
gloves.
very quickly.
These
He's like,
gloves,
hey, use an ability. She's like, okay, I'm dead.
These gloves have got like fur around the wrist. They're black leather, and each of them has along the back like loads of rows of small, apparently like canine-like teeth. And he starts leafing through the book. Ja nie znаю, ja nie понимаю. Очень хорошо, спасибо. And he starts talking a language you don't understand. Delilah, do you have a talk?
I mean, yeah, I do have the torque. It's hanging in my closet right there. I
You-
do have a torque.
Start hearing someone talking another language being translated by the talk.
Awesome. What does it say?
Let me see. He starts at a random page, so I will. Random page. Captain's log. We have reached the Thor system. It looks like the inhabitants of the enemy planet are still in orbit. We're going to engage. Let's hope the bombs do their work. This is the
So
Odin.
I will.
TMV 371 signing off.
I imagine at first, while she's off doing whatever she's doing and having fun, she hears this and she's kind of like it's weird that at a party somebody's reading captain's logs. Like, this is boring. She's not very familiar with them, but she knows what they are. So she turns around and she's like looking strangely. I don't know if Cooper would notice or not, but she's looking strange at the guy reading this book at Cooper, and then would make her way over and just kind of like watch the situation. So she's like there listening as well. She's a little jittery, so she's kind of like moving a bit, but she's like watching and she's looking at Cooper and giving him a face like, this is weird, right?
Yeah, I'm just watching him. Like, I look a bit dismayed that, as it turns out, it's not in English or whatever language we speak, so I've got no idea what's going on. But then I guess I catch Delilah wandering over and like shrugging.
And she's like, it's what Splat said.
Who?
Sorry, not Splat, Stax. Oh, the names are too similar. It's what Stax said. Can I see that? She gestures at the book. Can I see that?
It is not for uninitiated eyes to see, but you can look from there if you so wish.
I look at it. Obviously, I can't make out the characters because you said it doesn't do reading; it only does hearing. So I look at it, but does it look like it has like a standardized format to it? I do have no skills at the moment because I'm all sorts of messed up, but I do have administrator at 0. So does it look like there is
Make an administrator
a religious
check.
administrator intelligence -2?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, 6.
Oh yeah, no, it looks like it's in some sort of standard format as far as you can tell. You can make out headers and identifier numbers that seem to have been written down by some sort of crude pen or quill onto this parchment, like it was maybe copied from somewhere.
So she's in a bit of a fog after everything that I'm not going to re-explain again and what's going on right
Oh,
now.
yeah, but because
she
the effect is
understands
the-
the importance of this.
Because of the effect of the blue powder as well, now you're focusing on that, you can sort of feel the parchment in your mind, like you can feel the texture of it, and it definitely feels like an old parchment, but you would say, you know, maybe a couple of 100 years old max. The lettering in the depression seems like someone's taken a very long time, very carefully copied something, like the words are almost perfectly formed.
Yeah. Well, it's funny that's even in a parchment as opposed to like put on some sort of, you know, digital format like we would do today. But so like I'm noticing this, and again, she's a bit distracted. She's trying to focus through the haze. She's not a very wise person, but she knows this is important. She knows it's incredibly important. She knows it's something she was focused on before she was forced to do drugs and fight and do more drugs. So she's actually going to be like, I'm like kind of like doubling back on the fact that she asked, like, that was rude. Please, I want to listen.
Yeah, well, we will continue on then. And he turns back to the book and starts speaking. He goes, "Я не знаю, and Cooper, you still can't understand what he's saying, but Delilah, he continues reading, and he goes on for a good 10 minutes. And what he goes through, just to keep it short, is Admiral Kasparov, who's leading the Terran expedition based on the Terran Mandate battleship, the Odin, went to battle against the force that became known as the Deep Swimmers. They virus bombed the planet, and then they poisoned the atmosphere in an attempt to undo the issues with settling the system where they had set up a refueling outpost on this planet. Consequently, the Deep Swimmers retaliated and poisoned the atmosphere of this planet and launched an expedition landing force, at which point there was a massive battle in orbit, and the remaining 5 battleships, well, not all battleships, sorry, the remaining 5 vessels all came back here and, unable to really leave the system anymore because of the scream and a few other issues, just decided to settle. And they set down, they used their systems to be able to create bases and functioning technology. However, constant deep swimmer attacks and stuff kind of left them in a bit of a unfortunate, awkward position. And the last one is Admiral Kasparov signing off and hanging up his Terran Mandate commission upon founding the settlement of Odin Town.
Okay. So just 2 details. I want to make sure I got them right. It sounds like, because I remember you had said these 2 planets are so close to one another, they share an atmosphere, but it's not like you can just jump from one to the other one or anything like that. It sounds like they attacked and poisoned one planet, and then they retaliated by poisoning this planet. That's what you said, correct? Okay, awesome. These creatures, I didn't know them to be space-worthy, though I think I had seen it in a vision before, something like that. So just what I've gathered from my visions and what he's explaining here, does it sound like that these deep swimmers, or at least their progenitors or ancestors, have the ability to swim in the space between the 2 planets?
No, the log actually talks about a battle between their vessels. So it seems like
so
they
actually
did at some point
vessels.
had spaceships, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, I didn't know if it was like we could legit swim in space through like a shared atmosphere. So I was like, "Wow, that's so cool!"
No, the planets aren't
Vessel's
quite
pretty
that
cool
close.
too,
The planets are next to each other in terms of planetary bodies, but
Not
they're still...
necessarily ruling out organic ships, though.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Right. So, okay, cool. So she does the best she can to try to remember all this information, but again, details. So she does the best she can to try to remember all this information.
I mean,
and,
are
like,
you
as
translating
it's
to
going-
Cooper as you go through?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Because he's
I feel Delilah sometimes.
there's 2 reasons. One, Cooper. Yeah, okay. I'll talk to Ulysses. And 2, if I start translating it in front of this guy, he might be offended that I'm, messing with his religion, and she understands faith. So, cool.
Yeah, there is definitely a good reason not to speak at all right now. But I just love the it's like, oh, that's so good.
I guess though I do recognize the translator torque on her head, and that
they're a fairly common piece of technology from Tier 4 worlds, so you would recognize it.
It's funny actually
So I
because
realize she's
so
working
far
out
you've
what
only
they're saying.
encountered 2 people with translator torques, and both of them don't like you. Maybe it's the torque. maybe it's because they can read your body language. What? Just saying.
I just think that Cooper's a null, and that's what it comes down to. Everybody doesn't know why they don't like him. They just know that they don't like him. And it's not his fault. He was born that way. He can't help that he's a null.
I did just try the deep powder, nothing happened. Actually, no, if I was a null, then the deep powder would kill me or something.
No, he wouldn't have any. I mean, if we're talking about 40k nulls, psychic events that don't have any effect. It might kill the person who is trying to inflict the psychic event on him, though.
Meanwhile, while that's going on, because that does take a good 10 to 15 minutes of talking, Ulysses, you're approached by Grigori again.
At this point, I'm staring up at the largest of the like trophies on the wall, and just I've kind of retreated a little bit away from
the largest one's on the
things.
floor under you. It's a deep.
Oh
swimmer.
right. Sorry. Yeah. I'm just kind of maybe I'm just sat near it, just kind of pondering it while just drinking from my tankard. Like every time
you
my
are
lips
appreciating our latest kill. That is our biggest one yet.
Yes, very much so. It's nice to be somewhere that's decorated, well, at all. The ship, been there for months now. It's just cold steel.
Oh,
No
would
sign.
you like? You killed several out there. Would you like the pelt of one of them? We can have it sent to your
I
ship.
actually look extremely happy that he suggested this because it's effectively what was going through Ulysses' mind. I didn't want to ask whether the corpses would be retrieved. It seems so much effort just to go out there and fight them. But yes.
Oh, the hide
absolutely.
is too useful. That hide makes good underwater armor. It tends to freeze up a bit in air, but in water, it is nice and smooth and silk. It is what we use for armor in general. I mean, I myself do not need it, but many of our compatriots in the military do.
I'm nodding at this, and just drinking in between nods. I've slowly just been going through lots of ale.
Okay. Are you trying to get like really drunk? Like, are you really partying?
No,
with the rest of
I'm
them
just
here?
drinking at my normal pace.
Okay.
Which is lots of ale.
Make me a
But,
physical saving throw.
Okay. 16 versus 13.
You do not take any effect from being drunk. Your constitution's holding out. I am pleased that you managed to fight alongside us, and we will be more than happy to make sure you get your fair share of the glory in terms of the trophies as well. It would be unfair. It would be unfair not to. You are comrade. You deserve.
I'm glad I was able to help, though it saddened me to see I didn't even learn his name, but I'm glad he died fighting rather than bleeding out on the ocean floor.
Well, Oleg was always a bit unlucky. He was my apprentice. Sadly, no more apprentice. We have not had so
Oleg.
many people anymore. Oleg. He downs this and grabs another one off the table. We do not get as many apprentices as we once had. And our training facilities are more meager than once. We now have a training facility here which has to do a job of all 5 rather than the one discipline. It is
I look around a little bit to measure like where my companions are at the moment, like how far away, if they could easily follow the
Stax,
conversation.
you suddenly find that Stax is not here. Delilah and Cooper are up at the lectern, which is probably a good 8 meters away. There's a lot of talking and people in the way, though.
Okay. Looking back, how many of you are there? Yeah.
Oh, well, there is me, of course, and then there are my 5 compatriots. All practice either at least 2 disciplines each. You've got to be multidisciplinary these days. I myself are kinetics and the teleportation. If you look over there, you'll notice that the oldest amongst us, he is a meta-psionic. He is probably one of the best teachers because of it. And he also teaches precognition, premonitions, all the powers of the All-Father.
I'm nodding along, and I'm clearly following the conversation. But after a few moments, myself, biopsionics, you know that, flesh shaping. Also, teleportation. It is not my strongest, though. And
Well, and he looks through his pockets, and I know I have my last one around here somewhere. The silver powder is very hard to get hold of these days since the fall of Freya. Nonetheless, there we go. And he
Silver
hands you
powder?
over a
I
small
accept
silver
it while I answer.
powder. Each one of our powders are linked to a certain ability. They are distilled from the process. You get the material and you infuse it with a certain aspect.
and then it creates that aspect and can trigger it in the latent psionics. We tend to use it during initiation rituals. But the silver powder is more linked to teleportation. It may elicit a response in you. It may temporarily boost your powers. It is possible. Otherwise, that it may simply just be a nice trip for you.
Is it safe to use here?
Yes. If you want to, go ahead.
I just take it as the deep powder. I'm already saying as I'm preparing to do just that.
Yes. They all share,
Okay.
they all share a common base. It is no problem. So you put it in your drink, or?
I just pour it in my mouth and I wash it down with my drink.
Okay. I need you to make a mental saving throw.
Okay.
There will be a plus
14.
I was going to say there'll be a +5 to this because you actually have the discipline. So you pass. So I will need to pull up a PDF. Probably should have done this before.
Teleport into the sea.
Well, that is quite possible.
If he failed,
Typically-
yes.
Typically, teleportation works in such a way that I can only go somewhere that I can see or that I've been. But
You've been in the sea.
because of my level, I've got 100-meter distance to that object. So yeah, I could teleport to like the ship or something. Just oh crap!
Okay, so your teleportation is currently level 0, right? Or is it
No,
1?
1.
A 1. Ooh, okay. Which one do you have from level 1? Is it spatial awareness?
No, I only have it at teleportation 1. I got the level of teleportation at 1, but I haven't purchased any of the abilities that go with it.
Oh, in which case,
Wait,
right.
at 1 or at 0?
1.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you get to 1, you automatically get an ability.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, every time you go up past 0, you automatically get an ability whose maximum value is whatever level you are. So you can choose a level 1 ability that you have as well as your basic.
Well, we can
I
double
already
check
have
afterwards,
this
but
yeah,
for
we'll
now,
double check that afterwards. But yeah,
roll a 1d2.
Okay. 2.
You currently now get spatial awareness at level 1. You can commit an on-turn action to gain an intuitive awareness of the physical surroundings. The sense is roughly equivalent to sight out to 100 meters, though it cannot read or distinguish colors. It is blocked by large objects, but is unimpeded by darkness, mist, blinding light, holograms, or optical illusions. This lasts as long as the effort remains committed to the technique.
It's amazing, and it's an on-turn action, which means it's a free action.
Is that something that I just have for a temporary time?
You
Like,
have
should
no
I be
idea.
writing it down? Okay, that's fine then.
I will say for now, you have no idea. But it does seem to suddenly... You're very innately aware of, like, everything within 100 meters. Even...
So am I aware of
strange.
this whole complex at this point?
It is
walls
blocked by...
stop it?
It is blocked by... it's roughly equivalent to sight, although it cannot read text or distinguish colors. It is blocked by solid objects, but is unimpeded by darkness, mist. So, the only things in your sight range that you can see... like, effectively, if you could see through any normal condition other than solid objects. So everything in here, you now have an intuitive awareness of everything, even behind you.
I reach up. Like, I feel better, and I just start. I'm just counting things that are behind me without turning around. Then I turn around to check it, and then I'm just exploring this ability at this point. It's like I can see everything in this room, or not see it, but I know that it's there.
There, you have managed to successfully metabolize the powder. That is good. Some people are not so quick at metabolizing the powder of the deep swimmers. And he smacks you on the back really hard. You almost spill a bit of your ale.
I immediately move the tanker to capture it. One does
See-
not spill ale.
I was gonna say, would he know that slap was coming before it got there? He could feel it coming at the
It doesn't
velocity
give you
that it was,
premonition. It just gives you knowledge. Like you would react as you normally would react, but
Yeah, that would be a little bit too powerful. By the way, just out of curiosity, what version of Stars Without Numbers are we on now?
0.9.
Is it 0.9?
0.9.
Oh, 0.9. Wow. It's updating so fast. I need to.
that was like
download it.
2 or 3 weeks ago, actually.
I was.
Yeah, every time we play, I've got some new ability that I didn't have before. And I'm like, all right, cool.
It's cool. I'll
It was
download,
0.9 before Delilah joined the group, I believe. So.
Yeah, I think you
Really?
created
Oh wow,
0.9.
I'm way behind then.
Because I was kind of
Mine
happy.
is 0.10 actually.
What? There's no okay. Whoop. Okay.
I need to check point 10 out then.
Me too. Apparently.
Roll behind.
Jeez.
That's so fun.
Oh man.
Yeah. Anyway,
I said it with such authority too. Like we're on point 9. Noob.
But yeah,
this
you
fucking
basically have the experience. You can talk with the guy, talking about your telepathic abilities and so forth, and you can have more detailed discussion of your psionic powers. We're going to skip over to Stax. Stax, what are you doing? Are you going back to the party, or are you going to look for Karmarov?
No, I'm gonna lurk around and look for anything out of the ordinary or anything untoward happening on the station.
Sure. Make a...
Just keeping an eye out, like eavesdropping, keeping an eye out. I'd assume it'd be sneak.
Sneak and perception. Sneak to get yourself in a position to be able to hear stuff, and then perception to really pick up anything good. Actually, yeah, no, it will be. It will be sneak and perception.
So that sneak is a 4.
That was fun.
Yep.
You were sharing.
And that's a 1. Less than a 1, actually. It's not a critical fail. It was
Yeah.
a 2 and a 1, but...
You quickly find yourself, like, you aren't stopped from really going anywhere, really. But everywhere you go, people are noticing you, and people are kind of trying to talk to you and get you into the conversation, etc. There was discussion about how you actually apparently killed quite a few deep swimmers, and you're quite an accomplished warrior. People try and sort of ingratiate you into the conversations and so forth. And after a while, and being proffered enough mugs of ale, your perception kind of goes a little bit, and you don't really pick up anything of real note beyond the fact that people are quite happy to have you here, and apparently very, very friendly, especially with their newfound battle brothers, considering you helped fight outside.
Fair enough.
So, did anyone want to do anything before effectively you pass out, or whatever?
I head back to the hall, I guess.
Okay.
Everybody's feasting.
At some point, I would bring up that as they make use of the skin on my home, where we hunt animals, we tend to use all of the carcass where possible. What? I hope I do not offend, but what happens to the meat?
You've been eating it, my friend. Then he gestures over to the table. You need the thick reddish one that was kind of very tough. Yeah, that's the
Did
one he
it
points
taste
to.
nice though, despite being tough?
Kind of, yeah. It was quite tasty, like a very deep. I think it's like a deep beef with a little bit more of a tang at the end.
Okay, well, I pick up some more. Very well.
And we take some of their glands, and if you find the big ones, we take some of their glands and we grind them down. Make a talk check that he'll actually reveal this information.
Okay. So I imagine that's or charisma.
Talk charisma. There'll be a -2, but +2. So +2 because you kind of ingratiate yourself. -2 because you're still.
Okay. 7. In that case.
It is a bit of a secret, as I'm sure you can understand, but the powders we get, we find the biggest ones. The biggest ones actually have latent psionic abilities themselves, and you take the pituitary glands afterwards and some of the other similar glands, and then you grind them down and treat them a certain way, and we create the deep powders that we have.
I seem quite interested, but I kind of nod as he said, "There's a bit of a secret." So, I don't pry any further, but I thank him for sharing the knowledge.
Well, it is good to have you here. I understand that you are looking for a way to fix ship, and don't worry, the Weird Singers will be happy to help out in any way we can to a fellow gifted person, he says, just glancing over at your group and your previous words about being circumspect.
You have my thanks. Before the deep swimmers arrived, there was talk of us trying to return an artifact for you. I understand it is quite some distance away. It may be possible that even if we're unable to fully repair the ship, initially, if we can get it to the state where it could transport us that distance, then we are eager to help in any way we can.
And he looks a little bit surprised at that, especially mentioning the Hammer of Thor. It's like, Dar, if you could get the Hammer of Thor back, we have been looking for that artifact for a long time. All expeditions to try and go there have been unsuccessful, mostly due to equipment failure, sometimes due to deep swimmers. And if you could do that, we will be very happy to ingratiated. Thank you. I'm sure that Comrade, he's not a real singer, but he is still a decent person. I'm sure he has given you a suitable reward for help and offered to fix ship and stuff, but we would be more than happy to help out in any way.
I give him a clap on the back. I am glad to help others, and I look around. Gifted individuals. We may be few in number. It is important that we help each other where we can.
No, I like you. And if at any point you choose not to join your fellows on travel, you can come here and train. We would be always grateful for another hand in fighting deep swimmers.
I chuckle and finish off what's left of my flagon. I may take you up on that offer, though I'm not sure how far they would get without me.
That is true. You seem like only competent one sometimes.
I laugh. On
Yeah,
that, I should find the others, make sure they sleep. We have all endured much getting here.
At this point, you notice Stax walk back in. A little bit unsteady. He's been drinking too. And rejoin the party.
Hey, Ulysses. I got us a quest. We got a quest. We're gonna go on a quest for a hammer. And it's gonna be awesome! I start playing air guitar.
Does he have some kind of invisible loot?
I think it is a loot in his mind only, but
Has he got the mind
As I
sickness?
finish my invisible guitar solo, I go, ale, yeah!
Now
As
that
I
one I
said.
understand. And he hands him a mug of ale.
perhaps
he's
once
nice,
he's drunk a few, well, maybe not a few, maybe one or two. I'm not sure how much he can take, but we should find somewhere to sleep. My companions and I have spent a long time without food or drink. It will take us a day at least to begin getting our senses back.
That is fine. Do you have room already? Does room be allocated? If not, we can...
No, I do not believe rooms have been allocated.
That is fine. You can sleep here if you want. We will get the pelts down soon, and then we can all sleep. Or you can go find one of the dormitories. I'm sure you'll be happy wherever.
I will take you up on your hospitality. And I look to the others. Stax, Delilah, Cooper, are you comfortable sleeping here, or do you require a room of your own?
I can sleep wherever.
I glance up at the all-seeing eye above us for a second and go, yeah, I'll be all right.
I shrug. I shrug. And then
Okay.
kind of like look over at Cooper, just kind of like thinking, like, as long as it's not too close to Cooper.
Cooper, as soon as you find a spot, you notice that Delilah picks like the opposite side of the table from you.
Cooper is fine with this.
Either that or she picks the spot first, and if he comes anywhere nearby, she just gives him a look like,
It's much more passive aggressive though. If they come and sit by you, you stand up and move somewhere else and sit down.
oh, she doesn't need to be passive with him.
Oh.
Doesn't need to be passive. But yes, that is a good point.
Wow.
Yeah.
If I'm aware of that going on, I just kind of give Stax a look of like, "Oh, this is how it's going to be.
Cooper
So-
doesn't
I
try
like
to
that.
go anywhere near Delilah. She's already a drug-fueled psychic maniac. He's fine with being
We may or
as,
may
well,
not
as
be a
far away
Jedi
as
as
possible.
far as Cooper is concerned.
While I am excited to go to the next day so I can start getting some of these penalties gone, I think it is important that she would speak to Ulysses and definitely Splat before, you know. Damn it! Why do I do it? Stacks! Why do I keep saying Splat? Stacks! I'm gonna have it like written in huge like .60 font right there. Stacks. Yes, Stacks. So she'd like to speak to those two. If we can get a moment alone. I don't know if we're going to be completely surrounded by these people or not. Or
Well,
if
yeah,
this room is gonna
everyone's
be
sleeping in
dogs.
this large chamber, but it is, you know, a large chamber. It's 20 meters diameter, so you can
Yeah.
try and sneak over during the night.
Yeah, I mean, it was one
I
of
imagine
those
they're
like.
not immediately going to sleep, and there'd be opportunities whilst they, especially like once they actually properly start preparing to bed down, you know,
Yeah.
getting high.
By the way, you notice when you're trying to
I
bed
wouldn't
down,
sneak either.
your friend Grigor starts bringing the pelts down telekinetically from some of the higher mountings.
My eyes
so-
immediately go to the rest of the crew to watch their response.
I'm just sort of surprised at first, but then just like, efficient.
Efficient. Did he actually say that?
She's
No, we just.
her thing is she's very focused right now. She's very focused on trying to not forget these things at the moment. So it's kind of like notices the stuff, but it's not very important to her at the moment.
Okay, well, if you want to speak to them while everyone's like putting stuff down,
Yeah.
etc. You managed to get over towards Stax and Ulysses. I'll need you to make a stealth check, but I will need Cooper to also make a notice check.
I'm not trying to be sneaky at all. We killed things. We have every right to be here. That's in
Okay.
her mind. So she wouldn't be trying to be sneaky at all. She'd just go over
It
and
was
talk
mostly
to him.
to make sure Cooper didn't see you specifically having a conversation without him.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm definitely doing that one.
Yeah, so Cooper, if you
You're
can
so good.
notice check for me.
You're so good.
All right.
Stealth. Where's sneak? There it is. Sneak, and that requires me to add dexterity and a -2.
Cooper, by the way, you don't feel drunk at all.
Can I like use my telekinesis to levitate on the ground and do like God walk? Where's your
No,
total?
you don't
No,
control
without
your
rolling cards.
telekinesis.
Ah! Okay. Well, I rolled.
Cooper,
And then he rolls a 10.
Delilah obviously has had too much to drink, and as she starts teetering her way over towards Stax and Ulysses, she kind of leans on the table, knocking over a few like plates, and she's like, "No one saw me." Stax, Ulysses, I need to talk to both of you without Cooper, and you're just there, like, yeah, I can hear all of this.
I'm just looking on like.
I laugh the brow because, especially if Cooper's like going, then I can clearly see that he knows exactly what to tell. And I'm like, I'm all ears. Well, no, I'm not. I'm 2 ears, but you have both of them. You don't have them. They're on me, but I'm listening.
It's okay. Stacks. I'm just role playing it the way he started it, so I'm cool with that. Stacks. Why do I always think of something squished when I talk to you? Stacks. You were right. The book. They were reading it. Oh, I have to do a voice. They were reading it earlier tonight. They were reading it, and it's
Take your time.
It's Kasparov. Kasparov was the captain of the Odin ship. Is the one that made Odin Town? It was Kasparov. He was the captain. It was the captain's logs. That's their book.
Yeah, it's about what I figured. Was there anything
Yeah.
useful in there?
It was the other planet that I don't know anything about. There's another planet because I was unconscious when we learned that stuff. There's another planet near here, and they use bio bombs or something like that to attack that planet, and so these creatures did it back on this planet, and that made
That
it
is why
so
the
that
sky is poisoned.
yeah, exactly. And well, it was because of a Terran mandate, which I don't know anything what that is.
Squishy,
But
are you aware? I mean, Stacks, are you familiar with this term?
Yeah, I seen it printed on the ships that was outside too. It's an old term. How much would I know about that? I don't want to over roleplay it.
Oh,
Right,
you
I
know
know
like
it.
a lot. Like it's basically the entire universe was set up by the Terran Mandate out of Earth. No one knows what Earth is anymore, but it's kind of that long lost legacy of like you know vaguely who founded America, who founded the countries that America came from, but you don't know any specifics unless you've really studied it. Like it's that kind of. It was 900 years ago, the Scream, so you know vaguely.
The Terran Mandate, for the two of you, if you don't know, has a lot to do with ship construction, but Terran Mandate was essentially the orders that our ancestors had a long time ago to go out and colonize planets, pretty much. That's
Before
how
the
we all
long-
got to where we are.
before the long
For the
dark.
maddening scream.
Sure, yeah.
The Scream? Oh, yes. I've heard people talk about the Scream. That's what caused the long dark.
Yeah.
So this ship is from the before times, before then.
Yeah.
That's
Antiquity.
very, very old. So we need to go to church.
Me and the big guy aren't really on talking terms anymore.
Hmm?
You said we had to go to church. I'm not a real church-going guy.
What? No. To know what their book says.
Oh.
I can't read it. This doesn't let me read it. It only lets me hear it. And so I need to have someone read it to me, and then we'll know what it says. I mean, unless you don't think there would be
You wish
anything.
to
What
sit
about
on
like
your prayers.
what about passwords or something else? Do you think anything like that might be in there?
It's possible. I mean, at the bare minimum,
Uh,
I would look through for any kind of diagrams of the ship or anything like that,
Did-
because it's supposed to be quite large, and I don't want to get lost inside of a sunken wreck if we do end up going in there. Although my point is
How
just
large
to
are we
salvage
talking? Stacks.
it. Wasn't it like a frigate, or how big was
Big are
it?
these ships?
Which ship?
The one that's up by Thor's hammer, the one to the north that we're gonna salvage.
As far as you know, someone said that the ship stopped by a few generations ago and crashed. They didn't really say a size, but from what you gather, it wouldn't have been any larger than a cruiser, certainly. It might have been a cruiser or frigate size.
It's probably about the size of our ship, maybe a little bigger. It kind of depends.
But
Really?
this one's made for war. Our ship is not. That
Are
was
we
the
speaking of the
question.
same ship, Stacks? Outside, Cooper showed it had Odin written on it, and it looked like hull plating under the ground.
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure if that's not just a chunk of hull plating that they've dragged over here. I don't know if that's a whole ship, but didn't
You
really
do
have a chance
remember
to
that
knock on it and figure it out.
The ship log that we talked about before did say that they took apart the ships for habitation and used the technology, etc., and things eventually broke down, etc.
Avic, you have. Oh, that's so exciting! I can't wait till we go outside. Your new ability.
I'm a little bit afraid.
Your new ability.
That is true.
Oh, that's. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was just a moment of realization. Sorry. So
I'm just walking around and everything within 100 meters, I intuitively know the shape and feel of it, as long as I could see it. Possibly.
yeah. Well, and theoretically, because it's under dirt, you just like put your hand on it and make sure that you're feeling the hull. But
Yeah,
whatever,
like
sorry.
I wouldn't be able
Sorry.
to see a door under the dirt because I wouldn't be able to see the under the dirt. But
I wonder if I could focus
like
my telekinesis.
even in the
maybe.
gloom of the water, I'm assuming that would work because the only thing
I would say
impeding me
that
is
an
the-
object that is larger than your vision, you'd only be able to appreciate and get the feel of what is inside your vision cone. Like if the object is bigger than 100 meters, you wouldn't be able to get a sense of that.
Well, yeah, but I would be able to, without having to walk 100 meters, I'd know the shape of the geography.
Yeah,
underneath.
vaguely, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
All right. Sorry.
oh,
Sorry.
This looks like a fin of a ship. This looks like, so on and so forth.
So Stacks, do you think that we need to know more from the captain's logs, or do you think that we have? Oh, that was tasty. Do you think that we have a few? Do you think we have enough information?
I mean, it really comes down to how much you want to know. I mean, we can go out, we could take a look at the hull piece, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I think they disassembled once they got here. I think they disassembled the ship in order to make the
Well, then
habitats that they were going to live in, because they couldn't
Maybe
be
an
above the
opportunity to
surface.
go out and look. They recover the bodies. I do not know if they've recovered everything from the battle. I saw most people back. They may have already retrieved them, but
Wait, would they take apart all of the ships? Sorry, Ulysses. Would they take apart all of them, or would they keep some of them?
My guess is that they would disassemble the systems that they no longer needed and use those for parts, and then they would seal off the bulkheads to those areas. And chances are they probably lived inside the ship for a little while. Like, they kept certain areas up as like a central command, and then they broke off the parts they didn't need to build outlying areas and sealed the bulkheads.
interestingly, I once read a book. Like it was science fiction, but well, not fiction, but it was like sci-fi documentary about what would happen if we flew to another world, and it basically said there is no reason to leave anything that cannot be stripped off this ship. They will take the shelves, they will take the walls apart if they're internal and they strictly don't need it. They will completely cannibalize every single thing they can.
If you have no intention of leaving.
Yeah.
If you have an intention of maintaining a ship for leaving in the future,
You'd
that'd be
leave
a
it in
different
orbit.
story. Yeah. I mean,
It's like the Swiss
theoretically,
Family
yeah.
Robinson. They spend like the first 4 chapters just tearing apart the
Tearing
ship
it
that
apart,
crashed
yeah.
and get everything
I mean,
from it.
It's I think Mars One and how we're planning on doing that. But so
Yeah. Ulysses is tuned out of this conversation because it's like well above my head.
But there might, because he was captain of the Odin, but there is more than one ship in the group of ships. That's what it sounded like.
Well,
I think we needed more. I think we need more information. I think we do need to.
Information is useful. It's better that we not go
It's
on
one of
this
the
quest
most
half.
coveted trade goods.
If you feel that you can learn more by attending their prayer, then I recommend you do.
I'm not going to be
do not
much
know their
use
language, but-
looking at the systems inside of a big ship. I'm literally the first time I've ever been on one. You witnessed, well, on one in space.
I must say sorry for the experience on that.
It's not your fault, Ulysses. And she like places like a hand on like your arm, and she's like, I know you did what you could where you could.
But Stax, if you have no objection, then I agree with Delilah. She would be more useful to us in finding out all that she can.
I mean, I could give this to someone else, but Ulysses, you come from an even simpler background than me, so maybe not good for you. And Stax, you need to go and do the electronic stuff. And honestly, Cooper is probably working to kill all of us. So I don't think that we should have him doing it.
Is Cooper still close enough to be able to be listening in?
I mentioned that I can hear everything based on the rolls.
I just imagine he's in the background. He's like, go fuck yourself. Like he just hears all this shit talking. You just keep hearing like commentary from the back line.
See, if I
I'm
was
just thinking
Cooper,
that Delilah's
at
got
that
it
point,
back
I'd
to
just
me.
pull out a whetstone and knife and just start sharpening it.
Yeah,
Or
but
just
you know, if Cooper
staring
did
at
that,
the
he'd
back
start
of Delilah.
sharpening the hilt.
That's true, actually. Yeah, with his rolls, he didn't even know which end was the pointy end before.
Yeah,
Never mind, that's
Delilah's
taken
facing
all
away
the
from me.
intimidation away.
And I'm just watching and basically in the conversation, and the other two guys know I am, and I'm just sat there with my arms folded listening.
I do cast like a glance across to Cooper, and it's kind of an awkward, I don't know what expression I would make in this situation. It's like, I don't want to offend either of them, but I'm kind of both of their friends, and it's clear. Oh, this is awkward. But there's like an almost apologetic glance cast towards Cooper. It's like,
Do I notice this,
I
E?
shrug at him.
No, you'll notice. Make a notice check. You've done stealth but not
Sure.
notice, so
Sure. I will see if I notice his expression.
you get
and
a
I get the
minus
minus
2 for being
still.
hungry.
All that
You
stuff.
get a -1 for being drunk. You get a +2 for reasons.
For reasons. Okay, so I get a total of a -1
Mhm.
on top of my already, I think, -1. And my total is. Did it roll? Oh! Rolled 4. Rolled another 4. I
for a
think
Yeah.
minute, you can't even
four
see
in a
me.
row.
You're like,
Yeah, no, you just
there it
about
is.
see Ulysses and Stax in front of you as you sway a little bit sideways, and every time you sway, like one of them can see Cooper over your shoulder. You sway, the other one can see Cooper over your shoulder.
And I'm thinking of Delilah as a metronome.
And then I'm kind of like,
Tick, tick,
oh,
tick.
just taking a moment to kind of like gather myself while he's having this exchange. So,
I'm really hoping that you're absorbing all of the really bad rolls so that when we go somewhere dangerous, it's going to be great.
so after like they finish their exchange or whatever, she'd be like, okay, then we plan on you trying to check out Odin and seeing if there's anything there, and I'll try to get information from their books by going to their and speaking with them and listening and stuff. Is Cooper going to be useful, or is he just going to keep eating all the food?
He
We may need Cooper when we
understands
go
ship
inside.
systems.
Yeah, that was my thought too. We don't have anybody that knows how to dig into the electronics of the system. Like I can fix anything that's analog, and I can fix anything that's like part of the main physical systems, but once you start digging around in the machine guts of that thing, we're going to need a programmer. And Koopa's that guy. I know you got no love for him, Delilah, but he does have skill
Oh,
sets.
no,
It's just
I'm-
we're kind of
I'm
on a
sure.
world right now.
Cooper's blushing a little bit in the background.
I'm sure he's really good at finagling into situations that put him in a position beneficialness over others. So I'm sure.
I'm just staring at Stacks at this point.
Just trust me, Koopa's just kind of... When we get to a world where there's lots of technology and whatnot, I'm sure he's going to pull his weight. But for right now, we're kind of stuck on a backwoods world. I whisper it because there's people around. And, well, you know, they wouldn't know a for loop from a string out here.
Cooper,
Yeah,
you're the only one who
people-
rolled high enough on the notice check. But as Stax says that, you notice the eye is looking down at Stax, and you notice that the older guy nearby, the older weird singer who was talking to you and Delilah earlier about the lectern, he's looking over in your direction.
I was in the middle of responding to that, but I'll continue with what it was. I kind of give him a look at scans. Say, this backwards world is the only one that has been remotely hospitable to us.
Honestly,
The most advanced world, and I use quotation marks for that, had us fighting each other for their amusement.
these people remind me of the new government on my world, so they are easily understood. Just think big dumb men that want to do big dumb men things, and then they're pretty easily understood.
I'm
No?
sitting
Well,
between him
anyways.
and the eye, like,
I've already promised that we're going to get whatever this Hammer of Thor is. Apparently, it's at some settlement that's alongside the ship we need to go to in the first place. So I figure maybe doing a little bit of extra good while we're here might earn us some extra supplies. I got this candle thing, and I pull a candle out of my pack, and I say, Cooper, come here.
Delilah, you turn around as Cooper, like, just walks past you. By the way.
Hey, Cooper,
I
I
just
got
straight
this
past-
thing.
No reaction.
He said that they use this right here to flood chambers with oxygen whenever there's a leak and you end up with like bad toxins in the air or whatever. You light the candle and apparently it produces oxygen. I told them that if we go get the hammers, apparently these are pretty rare. How big is the candle? Is it like really large? Okay. It's like the size of a tusk of like an elephant, right?
Maybe not that long, it's more sort of short, but yeah.
So I said, if we light this, he said it'll flood a compartment with oxygen. If we can get 3 or 4 of them, I think that's a fairly good way for us to get to get the hull filled back up with oxygen and get life support back up and filled in without wasting the stuff in the tanks. But we need to get the pots to seal the bulkheads and get the outer hull fixed, and we also need to get some kind of pressurized system to transfer oxygen from here to there. And so we got a lot of problems in front of us, and we're going to be asking a lot of these people given their current tech level. And so I figured we might as well do them a solid while we're here.
Make a note check, Cooper.
one thing at a time. A what
That
check?
sounds awesome.
Knowledge.
Wait, we're gonna
Right.
find a relic of their religion?
Yeah, it was lost up
10?
north.
Yeah, basically it's a composite of iron and a carbonate, and what happens is when you light the candle, effectively it turns it into iron oxide and oxygen. Each candle has enough to be able to fill a compartment. You would need to flush the ship of any air it's got in it so it didn't mix in with the horrible chlorinated air. And then you could start filling it up with oxygen. It would take quite a few of those candles to fill the ship, and even then that wouldn't be enough to keep the ship going for more than a few days, because you need to recycle the air and you need to have your effectively you need to compress the air that's in there into the tanks that are in the ship. But it would give you a start, and it would give you enough air that you could maybe then work on the electrolyzer you need to be able to make water into air. So if you could do that, you'd be golden.
I say, yeah, that'd work. I mean, as soon as we got the hull fixed, maybe we can make a deal with them that we can connect up a pipe from their habitat to the ship and get us a bit more air from that as well. But yeah, all we need is enough air to get to the to go north to the other ship, and then either they'll have something or we'll have the gratitude of these guys forever if we get them that hammer thing.
No. Let's not get just enough air to get north, because that didn't really work out so well last time.
Maybe if we're doing something for them, they can give us more air than just enough air.
Well, I mean, as much air as we can get. So fill the ship with air from the habitat. Then once we're on our way, use the candles and anything else we can do. The issue right now is compressing air.
Yeah, I remember that one. That was fun.
It's the best we could do at the moment.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get some rest. We got a lot of work in front of us, and I gotta sleep off this buzz anyways.
Okay, so that you'll kip down to sleep. Bear in mind that you are now on -1s, not -2s for your starvation. It'll take a week to get rid of the -1 though, because it's more of a long-term thing, starvation, than it is for say any other malady. You'll sleep.
You get more than
get
1
nice
day rest?
if you want.
Can we get 2 days rest?
Do you want?
Is that cool, everybody?
I don't think that's going to affect the negatives, though.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But 2 days is like that's like you actually had an entire day to like recuperate from everything that we just experienced. You know what I mean?
Sure. I mean, Ulysses will actively want to help other people. So if they are sending teams out to recover bodies and stuff like that, Ulysses will volunteer for that. But other than that, he's happy to just spend the time recovering.
I mean, during that point, then, if you do suggest going out, Grigori will take you out to retrieve the corpse of the deep swimmer you killed, and he's going to help you try and gut it.
Okay.
The best way to give you a sharp object down here that's able to cut it, as you kind of led into this butchering area, there's a number of different inputs on the wall and stuff, and looking around, he's like, No. These are not sharp enough to make a good quality pelt. Try this. And he's suddenly holding something invisible, and he hands it to you carefully, because you can't see it. And you're like, that is the hilt of a knife.
Has it got a solid... Would I be able to sense its presence and its shape with my ability? Because I can't see it.
I need to make a mental saving throw.
Okay. 10
+5, your ability's still going. Yes, you can feel it. You'll be able to tell that it's a knife about 8 inches long from the hilt. The hilt is basically hand and a half, so it's quite a long hilt for the blade, but it's able to be leveraged if you need to be able to put a lot of force into some sort of carving. And yeah, you suddenly know that it's a very strange sensation because it's an insubstantial blade to most senses, but not to physical senses. It physically
I can
is
feel
there.
it, but I cannot see it. I cannot sense it in any other way. Like, is it a weight to it? Like, am I
no
just
weight
like
to it,
I'm aware I'm holding something? So, like, my movements are going to be exaggerated. I'm gonna go, oh, okay, I'm going to be very careful with this because, like, every movement I try to make is more because I'm expecting some sort of weight and to be dampening my movements.
I mean, there was going to be a negative for the roll because you couldn't tell how long the blade was and couldn't be able to properly wield it. Because of that ability, you can. So if you can make a survival check. He's assisting, so you'll have a +2, -1 for the starvation, so it's a +1.
So +1 on a wisdom survival check. There we go. 12. Wow. Yeah, 6-5.
Yeah, you turn this into a really fine pelt. Like, this thing is beautifully cut. You manage to not really waste anything inside of it. It's just perfectly cut off, and no real part of the pelt has to be removed because it's too damaged. You actually managed to make the damage to the outside look like part of the scene when you cut it. So, yeah, you now have yourself a very, very nicely cut deep swim pelt.
Excellent. Now, would I have also recovered, because as I was going out to help them, I would have gone out, but would I be also been able to find because I had a rough idea of where, to Ulysses, it seemed to Cooper down to a deep swimmer?
Make a
Because he didn't have an intense knowledge of where he fought them, but it was like that's far away, but it was far away enough for him to think Cooper basically knifed it to death.
Make a perception check, but because of the fact that you aren't limited by the vision around you, it'll be a standard perception with no negatives because you can actually see through the murk. You can at least feel through it with your telekinesis to 100 meters.
Okay.
I hope you find the one that Delilah kills and be like, oh, this is you, buddy.
Yeah, it'll be perception wisdom.
Okay. So notice, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, no. Unfortunately,
even with your abilities, you spend a good half an hour looking, and you manage to find a few more corpses to recover with Grigori, but you don't find any of the specific ones you're looking for.
Okay. So, well, if Cooper's around when he comes back, I just clap him on the back and say, I tried to find your kill, but perhaps the ocean claimed its bounty.
I do also want you to make an perception roll as well.
Oh.
Because you are walking directly over the top of the ship that they discussed the other day. You might just find it because of your ability.
8 this time.
Yeah, there are small areas where the silt hasn't really fully formed over the top of the metal hull plate, and as soon as you see that metal hull plate, you kind of feel that it is a big, large area extending several hundred meters. And as far as you can tell, it does seem to be pretty much just that plate, as far as you can feel from it.
Okay. I'll relay that back to them when I return then as well. When we have a moment, probably after I've... Because I'm kind of excited to get this trophy. I killed this thing. I want to have something to remember that battle.
Fair enough. You do, however, because you are looking in the right area and you are designated to look in that area, find one of the deep swimmer corpses that it seems that Stax, Delilah, and Cooper were fighting on top of this hull plate.
Oh, okay.
So it's a smaller one than you killed, but you do find one of those. You don't know who the kill is attributed to, although looking at it, it looks like a pistol shot.
Okay. I'll bring it back, and I'll let Stax know that I brought his kill back, and this is probably before I go off with Grigori to carve mine, but I let him know that I've brought it back. But I'm sort of like, if you care for such things.
Oh, yeah. Nah, you can have that one, That's like one of those fish you throw back. It was just a little one. It tried to grab me while I was doing something else. I was fighting a bigger one, and that one was just like, and tried to lash onto me like a backpack, so I shot it in the face real quick and let it float off. If you want it, you can have it.
I let the others have it, say that you'll make better use of its hide than I will.
Now, it is a shame we did not get the big one. If we got the big one, we could have made more deep powder. We will have to send it to a hunting party soon if we don't find any more. Anyway, I understand your group is sleeping and drinking and relaxing.
I don't mean any offense, but if we kill any of the bigger ones when we're out there, can you show us the technique for extracting whatever it is you need for the powder? Because, we're going to find Thor's hammer anyways. If we fight any of the bigger deep singers, we might as well grab their resources for you on the way back. It seems a shame to waste the body.
Make a talk check. Positive and negative will cancel out on this one.
Okay. Talk check. I'm not good at this, so this is probably not going to go well. A 9.
9. Nice.
Maybe we can. It is hard to demonstrate without object, but and he kind of gets a little deep swimmer and he kind of holds it up and he goes, and if you look in there, and he jabs a knife in and starts moving it around, like, there would be gland, and he kind of pulls out this tiny little, like, almost atrophied, like, little lump of, like a gel sack, but it's nothing really going on in there. This would normally be full of a syrupy, like, substance. It is very hard to collect underwater, but if you could, and then he sort of gestures in a few places and he shows you effectively where the little sacks can normally be found in the deep swimmers.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind while we're going through. Other than that, I'm going to go back to resting until we're ready to leave for our adventure.
Alright, so you rest another day? Anything anyone wants to do?
I'm just happy to be resting for 2 days. This is going to be awesome.
So excited.
At some point, I'd probably ask if there's any special considerations I should have for, preserving the hide and the head or whatever part of this deep swimmer. Because I imagine there's some Ulysses would be from a planet where you do not waste anything of the kill.
Yeah.
Like you kill a big, you use its claws for things and stuff like that. You don't just wear like a necklace, but you might actually take it and use it like some sort of needle for a particularly dense leather work or anything like that. So, he would have taken apart anything. Like, if they had a beak or mouth, definitely kept the skull. That will be a trophy. But, he's going to be asking, should... they got skulls and jaws, as far as I'm concerned.
Very, very bony.
And they've got
to their crest.
bony plates and stuff.
Make it into a
if there's
shoulder
anything
pad.
You should know about keeping it, it's like hide. Normally you'd oil leather and stuff like that. What do you do with these things?
They basically explain you have to keep the hide in water until you treat it. when you treat with certain, effectively, oils, etc. But other than that, there's no real considerations.
he just gets a list of things he should probably do to maintain it, and that's fine.
Okay.
Just because I wanted the extra day of sleep doesn't mean I wouldn't be going to church. If there do we have any readings of the book, I would want to go and listen because it doesn't take any exertion.
Sure. Effectively, you ask and they sort of read a bit more of the book to you. They've read a good chunk of it now, so they read some more, especially the beginning, which they haven't read to you. And it discusses how this world was initially set up, I believe, as a refueling station, so they could access more of the sector surrounding. And they eventually discovered that there were sentient life on the other planet that they missed because they were underwater, and they initially didn't look underwater for life. They just went, oh, cool, it's another planet. Oh, it's habitable. We might habit it at some point. But unfortunately, the planet didn't have a habitable biosphere. Most of the stuff there was non-Terran in nature and was a different protein base, so it actually wouldn't be able to be eaten or really be compatible with human digestion anyway, so they'd have to import a load. Whereas the planet you were currently on did have some that was somewhat compatible, so it had a mixed biology. In fact, a lot of the stuff around here is not able for you to eat. Some of it is. You've got to know which is which on this planet. And eventually they got into a fight with the deep swimmers. The deep swimmers kind of began to claim, they were here first, this is their territory.
What caused the initial fight? Do I get that, or is that not
you're reading
in...
a Terran Mandate source, and it's a Terran Mandate source written by a military officer, so you don't really... It doesn't really suggest what started the initial fight, so much as they had to respond to aggression from the Deep Swimmers who set up a trade blockade.
Because this isn't even the original person that would have... This is the people that came in after the other problems started, and we all know history is written by the victor, or... whatever. So,
I mean, it's not so much history written. It was literally, the military log of the victor. So it's written from a very special point of view. Like it was written contemporary with the time. So it wouldn't be so much history, but it is, it's definitely a very limited point of view. It's very much a tactical basis. Yeah. And it does talk about, by the way, how deep swimmers did have very powerful psionic powers, and they were integrated into their ships. And the very largest of the deep swimmers actually became effectively the brain for the ship. And they managed to move their ships partly due to psionic powers.
Wow, cool. With them talking about the psionic powers, I feel like that would remind Delilah of the experiences she was having, without me going so far as to investing points in and burning wisdom and killing myself. Is there any way that Delilah could come to, I suppose, reach out with her senses to see if she realizes there is something there that wasn't there before?
You realize something very vague in the background, but unfortunately you wouldn't be able to activate it, because as soon as you activate it, you would be burning. However, you do notice that every time you walk into the temple, the eye follows you, at least for a little bit. It looks directly at you.
Okay, gotcha. But I do sense that that's there. I can't use it. It's one of those things where if
in this temple, yes, you would sense it.
Okay, cool. So I can sense that there is something there, but I imagine anytime I go to be like, what is this feeling, and I try to explore, I would literally feel like burning in my brain, because it literally burns a wisdom point. I don't have many of those.
If you properly activate it, yeah. But let me just make a few notice checks for when you're in. Okay.
Sure.
When you're in for the reading, and after the reading finishes, and the old guy puts the book aside.
Are you psionic yourself?
I didn't think so, but then we were enjoying celebrations before and after the battle, and I came to maybe.
Well, it is only the Eye of Odin only responds to those like me who have the gift of premonition and far-seeing, and it is staring a lot at you.
I was the one that called the deep swimmers yesterday, 2 days ago. I had the powder the first time ever, and I saw them, and I ate more powder because it was incredible and out of body, and then they came to me.
Oh dear. If you want training in that ability, we would consider having you here, even if you are like you are.
What does that mean?
It is phrased among us. Do not worry.
Oh, so good.
The Eye of
It's a
Odin.
colloquialism.
Just come with me.
And he walks you over to a ladder that kind of runs up the inside of this dome. At one point, you will have to switch to being able to sort of pulling yourself up overhand.
Sure. Yep, that's easy.
And he brings you up next to the eye, and you're holding on just about. Because if you reach out and touch the eye, you are going to ship that crashed, yes? Your friends mentioned it yesterday.
Yes, we are going to go and find Odin's hammer. Thor's hammer?
Thor's hammer.
Thor's hammer.
Touch the eye and think very strongly about that.
But every time I feel like, is it going to be safe? I don't want to bring danger to myself or anyone else.
Are you scared?
I think I'm past that now. I think I'm well past that now.
Good. Then think about it very hard and touch the eye.
Okay, well, that was all her safeguards. 6 wisdom. She touches the thing and thinks about it very hard.
Okay, I need to make a mental saving throw.
Absolutely. Oh, that does include a -1, so it is an 11.
Yeah, but you will get a +5 because technically you are of the right discipline as well, so you do pass. So you don't lose a point of wisdom. And as you think I assume you are thinking about Odin's hammer, Thor's hammer.
Thor's hammer, absolutely.
Sure.
That's what he told me to.
In which case, your vision, suddenly you can see a different place. It's kind of blurred around the edges and stretched, like you're looking through a very, very fish-eyed filter. And you can see what appears to be a hammer-like object. It's got a hilt. It's got some dials on the top in sort of this broad area that stretches out from it, and a small glass-like protuberance which seems to have visual displays of some kind. It's vaguely hammer in shape, and you see how it's got its name. But it's lying there among the wreckage of blasted open bits of bronze cylinder, brass fittings around. You notice a few long-dead human carcasses. Just the bones, really, just wavering in the water as currents move them around. And just nearby, there is a landed, somewhat broken ship, which seems to have eventually sunk through the waves and fallen nearby.
Somewhat broken ship.
It looks to be fairly intact from the outside.
During the 2 days that we're down, could I try and rig up a pressure system so that I could at least get like some of the suits filled up with air, possibly?
That would still need to, you still need to compress air, and they do not have the technology for that. If you could go inside the ship, maybe. But you'd have to get inside the ship. You do have one suit that has oxygen in it, though.
Isn't it like 1 minute, though?
One of them has 1 minute, the other one has, like, I can't remember what it was, like 3 hours or something?
See, my thing is I just don't want to be... I just don't want to be connected by a hose when we're trying to travel like 20 nautical miles underwater.
That sounds terrible.
It concerns me.
You can try and do some fixing and stuff with one of the suits that has 3 hours worth of oxygen in it, but that's about as much as you have. Like, they do not have the technology for compressors. Compressing air is very difficult.
So after seeing all this stuff and kind of like coming back out of the vision, so still holding on to the thing, I'm like, I saw it. I saw the hammer. It was at the bottom of the sea, and in a broken chamber. She's trying to like work her words to make sure he understands.
Exactly what I have seen, and it has been sitting there for several generations, unused. It would help us very much against the deep swimmers.
Do you know exactly the location of this, or?
Well, yes. He pulls out like a big hide map, places it down, and he kind of starts drawing his thing around and goes,
well, there are the Crag Mountains, and this up here is Niflheim. Do not go there. Very dangerous. And over here, there we go. That is Thor's town. Not there anymore. But it is basically straight there. The ship, I believe, is also there that you are looking for.
And this map, may we have it or a copy of it? I don't want to get lost on the way.
You can try and copy it if you want. Feel free. You may not have it though. It is ours.
Certainly. Then copy it. I think one of us might have the ability to do it accurately, unless one of you can.
make a talk check.
Sure.
It will be a -1 because he doesn't like you after last night, and a -1 because he's starving.
I don't even know which one is this. Oh, the guy that was reading the book to me before. Gotcha.
And was listening as you were having a discussion about how they're backwards.
Oh yeah, that's cool. My thing's not like popping. Like I have to scroll down to see what the rolls are.
No.
6.
You will have to get one of your friends to copy it. We are far too busy with the proceeds of the battle. This is for you to do. This is your task.
Okay, definitely. I suppose, are there dangers along the way? Like, we have a path, and we're going to follow the path. Obviously, you know best of how to get there, but are there dangers along the way that we should be aware
This
of?
is Niflheim. This is Helheim. There are several of us, but they are far away. Do not go to these. Do not go through these. Do not go near these. And if you are using your powers, do not use them near Helheim. Okay?
There's no nests or anything that you might be aware of on the way?
He just looks straight at you and just says, "This is Niflheim. This is Helheim."
You are very helpful. Thank you so much.
And I suppose, was it implied that I can borrow this thing to make the copy?
No, this thing does not leave this place. It is our only copy. It is secret. It was given to us by Odin. Your copy of copy, but point taken. You can come in here and you can copy it. You wear gloves.
I understand, of course.
And then, very annoyed that this guy's being a douche to her when she's like, "Hey, I'm gonna go get you an ancient relic that's super important to you." She smiles politely and turns and walks away.
People expect
Yeah,
you to
no
die.
problem. I'm doing you a quest, but that's okay. You can give me attitude.
And she walks away.
Okay, in which case, did anyone else want to do anything? Stacks,
I
you
wanted
still-
to.
Cooper?
I wanted to ask. I guess we're like based out of the psychic's place, so I'll ask that guy, the old guy. I'll just go up to him and say, "So, you say that you came down here, and then this place was built out of the ships you came down in, that sort of thing. Are there any relics of that? Things that you used for that you don't anymore? Bits of the old ship that you didn't use?
Odin
Technology
gave us
that
the
you-
eye. We
Is there
still
like
keep
a
that.
place you send things to fix when they're broken? As well.
I'm sorry, I do not understand your question. Odin gave us this place, and he gave us our life. And the eye. But beyond that, no, I do not understand your question.
It doesn't matter. I come from a very different place. It's hard to get used to things being so different. I'm slightly exasperated.
No, he genuinely seems to not understand what you mean about the ship and the equipment.
Never mind. It's not important.
Okay. Stacks, so what do you want to try making in this day?
I was under the impression I wasn't able to make anything. The only thing I'm interested in making is some kind of pressure thing. I mean,
Without
aside
getting
from
access
that,
to the
there's not
stuff in
really
the
a whole
ship,
lot.
you could like candleize stuff in the ship and try and make something in the ship itself, but again, the ship itself can replenish tanks if you have oxygen, but you need to either get oxygen in there, or you need to get in there yourself.
The ship that's sunk or our ship?
Your ship can repressurize your tanks, if it has oxygen to do that with. The first stage would of course be mending that whole fixture.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to be walked through this because I don't really know what it's full of chlorine right now. And so I could wear the 3-hour one and take the other suits back and try and charge them that way, but there's no oxygen left on the ship because it's out of its life support.
The
So-
ship can depressurize itself if you fix the hull fixture, and then you just fill it with oxygen. You've got the oxygen candles. It wouldn't be able to give you a lot of oxygen, but it'd be able to give you some.
Okay. What parts would I need in order to be able to fix the hole in the hull? Because I'm assuming, how big is the hole in the hull? I don't think we ever covered that either. Like,
Not
is it
that
like a
big.
small crack?
It's pretty small
Okay.
crack. The thermite and the plates of metal that they've said you can use, those should cover it. They won't be a great fitting, but they'll do. They'll
Okay.
actually keep the air in. So if you want to try that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give that a go. Is that a fixed check?
That'll be a fixed check. It'll be a -1. Your toolkit as well, if you go and grab that from inside the ship, will certainly help.
Okay, so I'll take the 3-hour thing back, the 3-hour suit when I go back, if Ulysses is okay with it, and then I'm going to try and use the thermite to fix the hull and flush the chlorine out.
Sure. I'm fine with that.
So I've got a +2 and then a -1, so it comes out to just a +1. That's going to be an 11.
So it takes you only about half an hour. It was probably like a 1-hour job, but you ace this. Yeah, you just carefully get yourself up on the side of the ship, plonk the powder on, light it, slam that over the top, weld a bit more around it with it. Done. You pop inside the ship, just press a few buttons on the console, and the ship starts depressurizing. The ship reports it is now fairly depressurized. There's still a little bit of atmosphere inside because it's going to be not perfect, but it's nearly all gone.
So using the one candle that I have, where would that best be? Could the fix check tell me where that would be best optimally applied to get as much oxygen into the suits as possible?
Where is life support bay? Do we have a life support bay on the map, or is it just air processing? Yeah, so if you basically, I imagine that your tanks are filled up in the air processing area. You just plug them in, and the air processing will like siphon off the oxygen from the ship. If you just take like, I assume there is like an emergency hose that you can direct air into the air processing rather than the ship itself, and put a thing around the candle and do that, it'll work. So it'll be a very minor fix check to set that up.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and I'll set that up then. So we will just repeat, damn it. We will repeat the previous roll. That's going to be a crit.
Nice. Yeah, again, this takes you barely any time at all. It takes you like 10 minutes. You just like duct tape, bits of sheeting over the candle, light the candle, and it just, and the air processing goes. I won't go through how much air the ship now has because it instantly gets dumped into the tanks. How do you want to split this? I would say that this probably gives you... Comrade would probably give you quite a few candles, actually. So it'll take you a while to use all the candles, and your tank will start running out. You switch your candles. I'd say that he's probably giving you like a dozen candles, and that's probably enough to get about 12 hours of oxygen going. Bear in mind that during this time, your tank will have run out completely, because your tank actually runs out faster than it normally should do. However, you have 12 hours of oxygen. You can put that in 4 tanks at 3 hours each, or 2 tanks at 6 hours, whatever you want to do. I think a tank is 6 hours.
How many suits do we have? We have 3 or 4.
You lost 1 suit, so I think you're on 3, but I'm not sure. The group will know better.
I think we're on 3 because Stax has got explodified.
Yeah.
So I'll just take the 12 hours.
Delilah,
I'll put 4 in each suit.
Delilah doesn't own a suit.
We might actually just have 2.
In which case you have 2
Okay,
suits.
then I'll just put 6 hours of air in the 2 suits that we do have, and then take them back.
Okay. You get back. You have 2 suits with 2 6-hour tanks of oxygen now.
I go back to Ulysses and I go back to Cooper. All right, guys. I went back to the ship and used the candles the best I could. I got the 2 suits, the precious suits. They've got 6 hours apiece inside of them. Whoever doesn't have the suits is going to have to... Whatever these people can jimmy rig up for them is the best I could do. However, the hull is sealed, so plus side, the hull is sealed now and all the chlorine's flushed out. So it's just waiting for more candles or whatever so we can fill it up with oxygen and get the life support refilled up. We can run a hose from here up to the ship. The tanks will start filling. They're good to go.
Wow, that's amazing. Thank you, Stax. That's amazing news.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, they gave me some thermite. And that did the trick, and then as far as the crack goes, it actually wasn't that bad. And I start talking about a bunch of technical jargon. I'm dragging on for a second, and it's all...
Some of the things that he talks about, she understands. Most of it, she does not.
Well, while Stax talks about technical jargon for 8 minutes, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, I'm sure Stax will have finished talking about how he sealed the Kraken. It's an amazing job, and the hull strength is going to be something shear strain.
The Kraken has been slain.
Yeah. I've done the best crack. Absolutely tremendous. We're gonna have the best crack sealed.
Ulysses just accepts what he says. Doesn't read any further into it. Thankfully, so he doesn't see the obvious directions that could be taken.
I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't get the
Go
reference
check
at
out
all.
the Patreon. Go check out the subreddit. You can go to r/Roll4It to go talk with other people about how the show's amazing and stuff, and that Delilah is a psychic coat fiend. And also go check out the Wikia. We have a Wikia if you want to go check that one out. You can add to it. You can read up about NPCs you don't know, or maybe about episodes you missed, or you can add to it and help people who maybe have missed episodes, and they can go back and be like, oh, so who is Donna? And then there's the entire article explaining who Donna is and what is her relation to Stax. So in the break, feel free to go do those, go get a bio break, etc., and we'll be back very shortly. Welcome back to Roll for It Stars About Number. We are back, of course, after having a little break. So far, the group have celebrated, managing to fend off a deep swim attack on their Russian Viking Subnautica allies. And they have managed to repair the ship a little bit so it can hold atmosphere. They have filled some tanks full of oxygen. The workshop's still a bit damaged, and unfortunately they have not enough atmosphere in the ship to actually fly away, but they're getting closer. We get back. The team has just had Snacks explaining how he fixed everything in very technical detail for the last 10 minutes or so, and you rest for an extra day. Anything anyone wants to do in that day?
Well, I would really love it if somebody got for me a share of Coke that said Delilah on it. Because Delilah could really use some Coke right now. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
My problem is I don't think you've particularly impressed our hosts with your use of their cocaine, so like we're gonna have to lie to people and be like, oh, we're totally not giving it
to the Allfather's eye. You said they were backward.
Yeah. Well, she was drunk and drugged and everything at the time, so she wasn't thinking straight. And she has
It's kind of their fault for giving her drugs, if you really think about it.
I mean, like, how
her true feelings
dare
were
you
coming out.
misbehave while doing these illicit materials? How dare you? Whatever.
Yeah, but it's normally the first thing that's important to you when drunk. Like, if you'd been like, oh, it's so amazing because they gave me all the drugs, that would be the first thing to come out. But instead you went, oh, they're backwards.
I didn't say they're... Actually, I never said the words they're backwards. I said they reminded me of the new government that took over my place. Think of them as obnoxiously masculine men that want to do obnoxiously masculine men things. Yeah.
Funny thing about obnoxiously masculine men, they don't like being called obnoxiously masculine men.
Yeah, they like to think they're dainty. They're not.
Yeah, damn right. Ulysses can rock a pretty pink bowed shoe just as well as anyone else.
I want to see that. I want to see artwork of Ulysses wearing...
In ballet, tutu and everything.
Okay, well, we don't need
Black
the tutu,
Swan
but...
Ulysses.
Sure, Black Swan Ulysses is this. It'd be like the dancing hippos from Fantasia.
Okay, so what is the plan? Now you've had 2 days of downtime.
Yeah. So I'm ready to go on with the plan personally. So Delilah, having had 2 days of rest, is feeling 1,000 times better, and doesn't have to be in a tiff constantly. So I actually imagine, just to get RP part of it started, after having the 2 days of rest, one of the things that she would do when she's with the party again, she'll actually say to everybody, she'll be like, so, listen, we're about to go off and do this pretty awesome thing that you had come up with, Stacks, and I'm actually pretty excited about it. I had an opportunity to look through Odin's eye and see where it is that we're going. And listen, you don't know where I'm from. You don't know much about the planet where I come from or my life, but I've always wanted to be on a ship, and I've always wanted to go on adventures. Things just started off wrong, on a bad foot. And so I'd like to apologize to the two of you for my behavior. And if I've come off wrong in any way, I just want to apologize and make sure that we can kind of move forward and put that behind us. And I'm here to be a part of the team. And as you keep saying, Stacks, you just kind of have to roll with it. And I'm ready to roll with whatever comes at us and to help out in any way that I can. And she's saying that.
I appreciate the sentiment. Well, I appreciate the sentiment. Everything's fine between you and me and Ulysses. If you want to be a member of the team, though, you're going to have to squash whatever this beef is you have with Cooper. I know he can be difficult to deal with sometimes, but, you know,
and he
might
strangely of late.
He might be the group asshole, but he's our
back.
asshole. And, you know, he does things with the group's best intent in mind. It's just we all fuck up sometimes.
No. You do realize what happens, Stacks. Like, you do realize it, right? While we were starving and suffocating, he kept all the food and air for himself. Did you notice how when we got here, he wasn't even slightly flushed at the experience that we all just went through? Now, I understand that being the pilot of the ship... nobody knows that.
Nobody knows.
I understand being the pilot of the ship, he has to have priority to make sure that, you know, he could fly the ship and get us to where we need to go. But he was extremely well fed while we were eating nothing, and he had all of the air while we were all suffocating. So I'm sorry, but
his sense of entitlements is very difficult to swallow, and I understand that I'm stuck with him. But well, let's just put things behind us and see if we can find new beginnings.
Fair enough. Just be aware that the last person that had a beef with him got flushed out on airlock, so,
Oh, and
maybe
he's a
don't stand in
murderer,
the
too.
airlock. Yeah, don't stand in the airlock too long when he's got his hands on the trigger.
Now he
I'm
says
just
that,
saying.
Delilah.
Wait, he is.
You get
not
strange
a murderer.
sensations and memories about being flushed out an airlock.
So when that happens, when I see, so I have memories from first-person perspective, I imagine. Okay, so that happens. I'm going to attribute this, just out of game mentioning, attribute this to my visions that I have now, and I'm like, oh, and you can physically see me react to something like I'm having a vision.
Does she sway at all?
Yeah, she does.
Okay, I reach out and I try to stabilize. Are you all right?
Yeah, and like I'll actually narrow my eyes at Cooper, and be like,
Was I in earshot
guess-
this whole time?
no, hold on. I was surprised before when I took the deep powder and the visions happens, but I have to be honest. Now that my mind is a bit clearer than it has been in a long while, this isn't the first time I've had visions. When I first came out of the pod, I had a vision too. The one that you flushed out, the airlock, as Stack said, did he do something to you? Or did it? Yeah, she says he. She says he. No, actually, she doesn't know it's male or female, so she identifies as. Did she do something to you?
I didn't realize it was in this conversation, but I guess it was complicated.
It wasn't complicated. Sandeep took your head off your shoulders.
You
Well,
remember
yeah,
he did,
ripping
It's
Cooper's head off.
Is it possible to be?
Yeah,
he
he killed
disassembled
me
you
first.
like an engine compartment. It was a little ugly.
So there was a man named Sandeep that killed you, but you survived and you killed him back?
That's
In a
just
wasn't
sense,
a
he
man,
was a
yeah,
machine.
Machine. Metal man, I suppose.
You do distinctly remember ripping Cooper's head off.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. But it was one of those things that got forgotten in, the coma and starvation.
You saw
So-
this?
I did. When I first came out of the pod, I saw it, but I mean, I was so busy trying to get to know my surroundings, I didn't think anything of it, and then we were dying, so it
Were they
wasn't
like
important.
memories?
Yeah. Well, yes, but I'm getting memories now of places where I've never been or things that I've never seen. I've seen Thor's hammer. I told you I went and used the Eye of Odin, and I saw Thor's hammer. I saw where we're going. The hole is ripped open. It's submerged and it's underwater, but nearby there's another ship, damaged, but not as much so.
Well, that's a good sign.
This is troubling.
Well, what's troubling is, how are you alive? And she kind of like goes and like reaches to like, unless Cooper stops her or something like that, goes to reach to kind of like touch the area of his neck where she distinctly remembers severing his head.
The people who put us in that situation were very intelligent people. Very
They have
helpful.
technology far beyond even what I would attribute to magic. Although it is a poor comparison. Stax' magic toilet and the machine which makes water from air. They were gifts from these people. They did, in a sense, guarantee our survival if we participated in their games. Not that participation was really optional.
So you were put in a bad situation, and you participated because you had to, and you died because of this participation, and then you took it out on the person that did what they were supposed to do? Is that what I'm...
There was a
Sergeant
plan.
Mike Brown, I was already, unfortunately, incapacitated by this point. Another one of the contestants had attacked me, but
What did the two of you think of this Sandeep person?
I thought he
Machine.
was all right.
Machine.
It's
Is he-
just he was
Refer-
unpredictable.
to Stax and Ulysses, yeah?
Yeah, yes, to them
If
too.
you think about it, like think about he was just a thing. He's not a person. He's just an object that's designed to convince you that he's a person, even though he's not. Like, what if, I'll give you an example here. What if the oxygen scrubbers inside the ship one day just randomly decided to be malicious and murder one person in one compartment by flooding it with carbon monoxide. That's what being around him was like. He was like a stick of dynamite that you never knew was going to blow up. But like, sometimes he was useful to have around, but other times he's too unpredictable. Like if he flies off the handle and decapitates one of us again like he did Cooper, how can you keep something like that around? Especially when getting rid of him, there's nothing wrong with it because he's not a person. He's an object. A very craftily designed object that's supposed to convince you it's human, but he's not. He's a machine.
He was defective.
If he weren't a machine, then at the very least he was a...
Really nice toaster.
It was a difficult situation.
I know of these machines. It's what they used during the revolution on my planet. They used
some of the lords on my world had them, though I have little understanding of them. But these machines were used for war on my planet, not for work.
Yeah, same on mine.
And
well, they didn't exist for a long time. They're relatively new to the histories of my planet. But yeah, same for me. So I understand the concerns that you have, and it's the fact that you did that. But so maybe these memories are what got me started, but that does not change the fact that you kept all of the food and all of the air for yourself. Damn it, be your friends or this random girl that just happened to fall out of a tube nearby. That doesn't change that, and that's not easily forgiven. So as far as I understand, you kept all this stuff for yourself. Damn it to everybody around you. So it's going to be hard to move past that, Stax. I'm sorry. It is going to be hard.
How am I supposed to keep all the air? The ship was open. Everyone was breathing. There's no way to hoard it in that sort of situation.
I look caught between things, and I keep looking across to Cooper and then to Delilah as if I want to interject and explain something away. But at the same time, I seem like I don't know what I want to explain. And eventually I just sort of massage the side of my head. Cooper, it cannot be denied that whilst we starved, I can say with certainty I gave him no more food than any of the rest of us.
You go,
and yet,
gesturing,
whilst we withered, you did not.
But
perhaps
look at the size of me.
This is down to
up at you.
Perhaps in the military, where you come from, they taught you to sustain yourself for weeks at a time. It's like I'm clutching at straws. I'm just trying to find some explanation that makes sense, but even what I'm saying doesn't seem to make sense to me.
I don't need much. I'm small. I didn't have to move. I just sat in a chair all day.
I do seem to accept that you are small. I'm like,
Either way, in order for an engine to work properly, all the little cogs and all the little fucking pistons need to be pulling in the same direction. And so regardless of what happened previously, we're about to go into a very dangerous environment, and I need to know that there's not going to be any internal beef messing up the structure of the operation.
I don't even know how to use a gun, let alone turn it on Cooper. I just don't think that he's any form of leader, yet he's the one that seems to be calling the shots around here.
It's funny because your last character was like, "Yay, Cooper!" and your new character's like, "Fuck, Cooper!"
The last character literally gave Cooper the option to kill him. He was like, "No, I trust you. You're a good person." Whoops.
Okay.
Well, let's talk to whatever the hell his name is, Rakowski or whatever, about getting the suits and how they do these away operations. They said they've never succeeded before. We've got 2 suits. Got 6 hours of air in each one. That's not unless I'm really, really bad at counting. I'm pretty sure there's 4 of us. So I don't know how we want to do this. Maybe they have something to add, or maybe I can maybe I can take 2 of their suits and rig a line to the 2 suits that have the 6 hours of oxygen so that we're connected in like a grid, but that's going to make us real immobile if there's any combat. But I don't imagine running 20 nautical miles of oxygen hose is going to be a great idea. So we got to figure out some way to compartmentalize this thing.
You try taking the ship? It'll get us there in minutes.
I mentioned this to Grigor, that whilst it appears to make our ship spaceworthy may take time, if they can at least make it airworthy, then perhaps we would be able to reach this destination and return with the artifact of such importance to them.
I thought Stax did that.
Yeah, the hull
The
is
ship-
fixed.
The hull is fixed. There's no oxygen in there, and I used up all the candles filling up the suits. So the alternative option is that we beg for more candles, but they said they was pretty rare, so I don't know if they're going to be willing to part with them.
Perhaps if the breach in the hull is fixed, if we can in some way seal the ship, how much air can the ship hold? Not in
A
its
lot.
tanks, but in the space of the ship. If we
Few
can somehow
days.
seal it in and pump air into it, only what it can hold,
Couple days
maybe it
worth.
would be enough.
Well, if we speak to them, ask them if it's okay for us to connect a hose up to the ship, and then at least we'll have breathable air in there.
Is the
Then we fly the ship over,
capable
two of us get out
flying
in suits.
in this atmosphere? I do not know, but the sky is different here than other worlds.
Yeah, it can fly. I do think that Cooper's onto something there. If I could run an air hose from their oxygen farm to the life support system directly, we should be able to draw from it. And it should be able to pressurize the tanks that way. I'm a tiny bit concerned that it'll overdraw oxygen from here, though, and leave. We'll take all their oxygen, and they'll suffocate here if we try it, but it's worth a go for a few minutes just to see what happens.
Should we run that by their leader first?
Oh, for sure.
Probably
I
best
don't
we speak with them, yeah.
And we should speak candidly. These people have hosted us graciously at that.
It's true, and they have given us every request we've made so far. So, we should probably be careful about the way we broach this subject.
If there is danger to them, then we need to make them aware of that. It will be their decision whether that danger outweighs the return of their artifact, or whether they're willing to take the risk to see
Delilah.
this hammer return to them.
You're good with talking. The way I suggest we approach it is that you do the talking, and you tell them that acquiring an artifact of the gods requires sacrifice. I think if you play that angle, they'll be willing to go along perfectly well.
I agree with your plan and pretty much everything you said there. However, I got off on a bad foot with them given the situation. Maybe Ulysses should lead and I can assist in the conversation.
So here's
They
maybe we.
they respect him even though he doesn't have quite the way with words.
Out of character, did Delilah tell the rest of the group about touching the eye?
Yeah, that was in
Okay,
that was
so
in
we already
character.
know
She said
that.
that to you guys. Yeah.
So, Ulysses, tell them that Delilah has touched the eye and seen a vision of how the hammer is supposed to be gotten back, and that it requires sacrifice, and that our ship will need their oxygen in order to carry us there. So
no,
that
no,
we can.
no. That sadly, the guy that runs the place, one that I've been listening to that reads the book, he can also see the hammer. He's done it many times. He would probably, I don't know if that's true or not, and he might know that that's not true if it's not. And
I will
that
not
could
lie
be
to
a
these
very,
people, Stax.
that could be a really bad road to go down.
Well, sure. Then let's take the lying out of it, and in
Yeah.
this case, getting their artifact back
Yes.
by the facts
It
requires
has a cost.
sacrifice.
Yes, it has a cost.
It's gonna cost them something. Either we
Absolutely.
need candles to fill up the ship, or we need to siphon off their air to get there, because it's the only
This
way
is
the
a-
plan's gonna work.
This is a fair conversation
Yes,
to make, and if
exactly.
they choose that their artifact is worth the risk, then we can continue. If not, I suspect they would be willing to help us in repairing the ship one way or another for
Hey,
our
as
own
the-
departure from this world.
The way I see the book's balancing, we came in, we made a deal, things worked out, and then we helped them out. And so that kind of puts them somewhat indebted to us because we jumped in and helped them out and we're successful in that combat. And we've adhered to all of their cultures since. So, I mean, I'm not saying that gives us an up in the conversation, but certainly trading, we will go get this for you in exchange for we need you to give this us. That's a fair trade. I think that's a good idea, Stax.
At
But
any
I
rate,
also
agree.
think Ulysses should say it.
Sure.
will-
They
my
should be
best.
fine with it. There's enough air being produced here for 1,000 people.
Yes, but they have to covet their air because they need it, to breathe for long periods of time. Because there's more people than just, say, the leader to be concerned about more than just the leader.
I think the
I
loss
look a
will be
little
worth
bit
it to them
uncomfortable
to
at
get
that,
the
and I
artifact.
wave my hand, cutting.
Sure, her eyes
Cooper
start to
off.
stack. Who just scolded her very recently,
I
and
cut
she
Cooper
kind of
off.
like bites her bottom lip. Oh,
We've
shit.
talked enough. We know what we're going to do. Let us be about it. Further
I
delay
slap
serve no one.
Ulysses. Yeah, I slap Ulysses on the shoulder and I say, "Yeah, well, Weight Bench, you're up. Let us know what they say."
Very well, Delilah.
I'm gonna go with Ulysses. Yep.
Are you going to ask Komarov or Grigori?
I'm gonna go to Grigori.
Okay. Lord, Ulysses, my good man! How are you doing? What did you read for? Is there any particular reason?
Greetings again, brother. We are prepared to pursue the artifact, those hammer, but repairs have been affected on the ship. It is not suitable for flight at the moment. It is empty of air. We wish to ask if there is a way that we could connect the piping from your oxygen supply to the ship, merely to transfer oxygen into the ship that we can fly it. However, I look to Delilah. You said something of, or rather stacks, there may be risk. And so obviously we would seek your counsel before we make any suggestion to the leader.
My counsel, of course, is that the Hammer of Thor is an important artifact, and I appreciate you go getting it, but this is it's beyond my pay grade. This is not a matter for the weird singers. This is a matter for Komarov, the chief.
Of course. However, it appears to me that you may have certain abilities that may minimize the risk.
It is possible. You don't know what abilities I might have that might be of help. I have been trying to think about your problem.
In the water, I saw you blessed by your gods. You were able to breathe as if without effort.
Unfortunately, that only applies to my body. I cannot give it to someone else.
They can give it to 6 people around them.
Yep. It's pretty cool.
What?
Yeah, I know.
So it
I know,
depends
I
on how
love it.
many
It's so
weird
good.
singers have telekinesis here.
Exactly.
But they'd
It's
be
so
able
good.
to...
Pressure field, instant.
Yeah, 6 people. I love it. We talked about it last session, I think, right?
By committing effort for the scene, they can shield up to 6 comrades. This lasts until the user can and does reclaim the effort.
Yep.
And ultimately
Amazing.
pressurize thin atmosphere through ability or particle filters arrive on toxins. So you would need to provide an atmosphere around yourself, but as soon as it's provided, it would automatically be sustained. So you would need to let out a bit of air from your suits underwater, and as soon as you did that, he could turn that into a atmosphere.
Well, no. What I meant is like if they draw a lot of atmosphere out, they could and thin the atmosphere to the point where it would be difficult to breathe down here. However many weird singers were here, could condense that atmosphere.
I would veto that. Just
Okay.
it's just so abusable. However, at your suggestion, he's like, I think I'm meant to be of help. If I come with you, then I can create for all of us here. I can create a thin atmosphere around us. It would need to be breathable. If we are underwater when I create it, the pocket air will last and go with us.
If you're capable and willing to accompany us, I would not wish to volunteer you for such a potentially dangerous endeavor. But
Dangerous?
it would...
Of course it is dangerous. That is the best thing about it. It is dangerous and
I
there's
chuckle
glory
at
to be
that.
had.
I probably laugh and say, I am glad that you're willing to join us, brother. I will feel far easier having you with us. Fighting at your side, I think the gods will smile on this quest.
Excellent. Well, I will ask Kamarov, but how do we get there? I can, of course, create our field and we can work there. It is a fair way away.
No, if we can siphon a very small amount of air into our ship, then perhaps one of these candles, or maybe 2, would be sufficient. Or alternatively, a short amount of time connected to by a hose, you would be able to keep us sustained inside the ship. The ship would be able to make the journey in a very small amount of time. It can fly, but at the moment, it would be dangerous to fly in it without your help.
Let me just double check the exact wording on this then. They can ignore temperature and automatically pressurize thin atmospheres with breathability. They can pressurize the atmosphere, but they can't change its composition. So he wouldn't be able to
They can
pressurize
filter
the atmosphere
toxins
above
out
the
of
water.
it. So if there's enough oxygen in the air at all, he'd effectively be able to just, he'd just
I
be
know,
able
it's
to
amazing.
stand there like filter the oxygen.
It's absolutely amazing. It's a really good ability.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come with me now. We can go. I have
It's
ability.
what we needed like 4
You'll be
sessions
fine.
ago.
I look to Delilah. That was easy. And I gesture for us to leave.
Delilah's actually pretty excited about this with her recently found abilities. Without being too prodding, she would ask him a couple of minor questions about like what is it that he can do. You know what I mean? And maybe even ask about the whole like while I was taking some of the deep powder, I was able to feel things around me. Like what is that? So just like minor prodding things, just trying to be like she's trying to understand what this is because she doesn't even get it in its basic level.
He's going to go through like his standard spiel about having to join up and having to get your abilities trained, etc. But he'll be somewhat vague about his answers, mostly because you're still an outsider and he hasn't done the same link with you that he does with Ulysses. But he gives you honest answers about it's the telepathy discipline, etc.
Awesome. Cool. And proceed along happily.
Okay, so he walks over to the airlock and he's like, No, now, give me 1 second. There we go, we are good. And you'll... don't really feel much different. Come on, we can go on now. It is fine. And he climbs into the airlock.
She looks to Ulysses.
I follow along. I have no reason to doubt him whatsoever.
Only he and
She
Ulysses
will
can fit in the
trust
airlock.
Ulysses.
So
Oh.
you're going to have to wait for the next
So
airlock.
looks at Ulysses. Ulysses walks in, and she's like, "Okay." Goes to walk in and realizes the elevator's full.
They take up
No,
a lot
you'll
of-
take the next one. Close the door. It starts flooding, and Ulysses, you notice that suddenly the water's actually just a little bit away from you.
I lift up my hand and I look at it. Is it like a visible, very thin bubble like around my
thin
hand?
bubble around you.
I bring it up my hands really close. How long did it take you to perfect this ability?
Like 2 months. It wasn't too hard.
Impressive. And you say there are many others like you? Realizing we're not in the presence of Delilah. Us here?
Well, my other comrades, 6 of whom, yes, but there are only 2 of us with the ability of telekinesis.
I hope we have some time to speak on this in more depth. Perhaps when we return or on the way, should we find ourselves separated from my comrades. It is a burden that they
Try now.
from
The airlock will
worlds.
take time to cycle. It takes a very long time to fill up with water and try and siphon the air out so we do not waste it. Try now. Reach out with your mind. Focus.
to do this. I think this would be control beyond me. But perhaps if is there something easier that I could start with?
Try just reaching out generally with your mind and focus your powers and try and feel the object with your power. Try and open the hatch or something. Try and feel it. Try and figure out what it is made of. It can manifest in different ways.
Very well. And I look to the hatch because that's his explanation. How hard would it, like, how much effort would be involved in moving the hatch? Is it like well within Ulysses' natural strength to be able to just
Yeah,
turn
because
the
you just
hatch
have
or
to
something?
the handle around a few times.
Would he be able to do it with one hand?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'll focus on the hatch, and like it's like one of those old sort of winding door hatches, is it, or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And like my hands are clenching and the muscles in my arm are working, but it's like nothing's happening. So after the moment, I get a little bit it's harder. My tutor would. I rest a hand on his shoulder, and then I use telepathy.
Okay.
What do I read?
Anticipation, hopefulness, little bit of pride.
And then I use telekinetic manipulation on the door.
Surprised and happy. That was a lot quicker than most people get it. I should chuck you in an airlock more often if that'll do it.
I seem physically like I've been exerting quite a lot for the last minute. Like the longer it took me before I could do it, the more I was like straining my muscles. But at that, I let out a breathy chuckle. It would not be the first time that my tutor threw me into a dangerous situation to prompt me to focus.
Maybe we should lock the hatch and wait for Delilah to get the same abilities.
I look a little bit uncertain of this. I'm not sure how your powder works, but I fear that perhaps she would need more training. I've had time, and my tutor spent many years building the foundation upon which I understand these things, but she seems, as a child, thrown into the water. She can float, but I do not think she can swim.
Children are annoying anyway. Even if she ends up swimming, then we end up with more and more person capable of telekinetics, and if she doesn't end up swimming, we get rid of an annoying child. I don't think it's a bad option, but considering it's your child, your decision. And
They have like 6-year-old soldiers. He's like, we give miniguns to 6-year-olds. Oh, bent them. We have like miniguns to 6-year-olds, you know.
He closes the hatch. The hatch down below now is able to be opened. The little pressure barometer indicates it's fine. Delilah, Stacks, and Coop can enter. And as you go in, you notice that as it begins to fill up with water, the water's keeping like a few millimeters away from your body. And there's just a little pressure bubble around you.
Well, if I had known they had this, I wouldn't have wasted the candles.
Super immediately drowns. Shorts out. Suddenly Stacks is killed by electric shock. Rip.
Yeah, I'm curious what happens if somebody hits him with an attack once we get into combat.
It'd be like
The reason the GM went along with this,
yeah, just like punch him and his arm will just dent a little bit. He'd be like, and smack him.
So as the water is going up and like kind of overtaking our bodies, is it like the two of us are kind of like, wow, this is weird and strange, and Cooper's once again just kind of like powered down, staring at his feet, like, oh, this is interesting.
Actually, it's been a few days.
Oh.
As you actually are in there. Oh god.
Face. No, it's a face of a pissed off panther.
I thought I'd worked out what the crashes were.
You just got to stop worrying about it because it's Skype, man. It's Skype. Just blame it all on Skype. It's all Skype's fault.
Yeah. Delilah, Stacks, you look over and Cooper has stopped moving. He seems to be about to say something mid-sentence, but he is frozen.
Does the bubble go into his mouth as well? Or does it fill up?
This
No, it's
this
still
is-
there.
Cooper?
Stupid.
You all right there, buddy?
He is frozen.
Yeah, I'm
No,
fine.
Cooper, you are frozen.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What is this?
I don't know. Cooper? Hey, buddy. I start whistling like he's a dog. Cooper. Come back, buddy. Cooper? Cooper. I slap him kind of on the side of the head, but I'm in the water, so it's like...
Stacks, roll me
I don't know,
3d6.
Okay.
Maybe he did not have enough oxygen either. She says, grasping at straws there.
As you look at him now, and you're like not sure what's going on, you look very close at his eyes. You can just about see a little battery in each of his pupils, flashing red.
The little red light in
You've
the back
got to
of the
be
Terminator.
shitting me.
He's the Terminator.
That's how they fixed him.
The funny part is you didn't realize he actually downloaded Sandeep's programming. Sandeep 2.0.
Oh, no. So, Delilah, I think I explained our mystery of why he didn't need any food or water or anything. When we were on that planet and Sandeep chopped his head off, I thought for sure he was dead. It looks like they fixed it. I think he's a robot now. His eyes absolutely are cybernetic. The
He
rest
doesn't look
of
like
him,
a
I
robot.
don't know.
He doesn't look like
Yeah.
the
It was a really technologically advanced planet, man. It
Oh,
was
the
really
toilet.
technologically
I see this
advantaged.
part of the toilet. So he's a machine?
Looks like it, as far as I know. Look here, and I motioned for her to get real close to his eyes.
Yep.
And I see, you see back there, you can actually see a very small actuator. If you go back to the left with a small illumination, you see it right there.
Yeah. I guess since he's not a person, it doesn't matter if he gets flushed through an airlock, huh?
Well, we got to see how much of Cooper is left there. If they just replace parts and he's still got the personality. Well, you know, Sandeep was a robot from the top to the bottom.
Yeah. But no, does he seem like the same person he was beforehand?
Does he bleed? That's the sign.
Is it the same? Is it the same kind of personality
That's a
that he
good
had
point.
before?
I take a small blade and I just kind of nick the side of his thumb real fast while he's frozen up, just to see what happens. Does it look like he bleeds or anything?
How deep do you want to nick him?
Just like paper cut. Like, I just want to see if blood comes out.
Oh man, you gotta go full thing. You gotta stick it up under his thumbnail.
Whoa!
Yeah, just shove it
that's
up his ass.
So awful.
It's the only way to know for sure.
You nick him sufficiently so that he wouldn't take a hit point of damage, and it does like turn a little bit red. Like, it's not a deep cut, so it doesn't really bleed as such, but it turns slightly red, like there's blood pooling under the surface. It's only a very,
It
very
looks like
superficial
he's
cut,
still
though.
got blood flow. My estimate is the only part of him, I mean, he was pretty mangled, but there were parts of him that were still intact. My guess is that they just cybered the hell out of him. I don't know, they do this on my home world very rarely for, like, the rich people, because our planet doesn't normally have this level of technology, except unless you're really, really, really wealthy, but I've seen it before on some of the people that used to own some of the places that ran the garbage trucks I used to fix.
The airlock fills up with water
But-
now, and it's ready to be opened.
So parts of him are exchanged? I've heard of this before.
Yeah, like prosthetics, except it looks like they gave him prosthetic eyes, and I don't know. I'd need like full time in the workshop to examine the rest of him, and I don't think he's gonna be.
Do you think
I don't
he
think he's gonna be
knows?
super obliging.
Do you think he knows of this?
I have no idea. He may have just woke up and been alive, and he just took it all for granted without really investigating.
We should not talk about this, and we should approach this as a group.
Yeah, let's just keep this to ourselves until we get the current business resolved.
Yeah. Well, honestly, it does make me feel a little better.
That's good. You know, your mental well-being is my concern.
She chuckles at that, knowing that it's obviously sarcastic.
She good hearty laugh.
Now it's kind of being a delay. There's a of someone knocking on the top hatch.
Yeah, we got it. I open it.
No, don't open it yet.
I stop.
I gesture towards him, like,
He can't see him this way. They wouldn't know what to do with it. We hardly know
That's
what
true.
to do with it.
Lie to him for a second. Say that, I don't know. Come up with something, though. I ain't
the
good at
hatch
this.
the hatch is stuck, and move out of the way, Cooper. You're too weak. As I kind of like yell out to the hatch.
I'm outside now. And
You
do we
cannot
actually
hear that.
this? 'Cause
You cannot hear
we
that.
cannot,
No.
because we're talking between water.
Yeah.
Water,
Sound wouldn't travel very far.
metal, water. Not a conductive medium for anything other than doosh.
She's gonna go up and start like trying to. I'm sure you guys see some sort of gears on the other side. She starts twisting the thing slightly, then twisting it back some, and twisting it slightly, and twisting
Is
it
there a
back
little
some.
window in the airlock? A
hope
little
not.
bulkhead window.
Okay.
Like
Too
we
complicated
last
for them.
time.
So I imagine, do they see like a little bit of metal going back and forth
Yeah.
as like it looks like we're struggling to open it?
As you're obviously struggling to open it, then Grigori leans down and goes, "Vroom, vroom, vroom," opens the hatch. Are you trying to stop him open the hatch by strength?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Make me a strength check. That'll
No
be strength
problem.
exert.
Exert. Sure. Strength exert. I would gladly do that. -1, correct? Because it's not been a whole week yet.
Yeah.
Okay. -1. I rolled really, really, really low.
Wow.
Hey guys.
Double
Hey
one.
guys.
He
I
slipped.
critically failed, though.
Grigori kind of just like, the hatch is stuck. They cannot move it. I would assume for the sake of
being-
expediency, you can talk to each other in water now, because
Yeah,
of
you
the
can hear
magic
through
of
water.
psychicness.
Well, if I'm holding onto his arm,
But you can
the
hear
bubbles
underwater.
connect.
Oh yeah, the bubbles will actually combine.
Yeah.
You can just have to
But-
talk. Yeah.
But in like real water, doesn't sound travel faster through water
It would-
than it does through air?
Yeah, but you're not
would,
talking
yeah.
to the water. You're talking to your bubble around you, which doesn't actually.
But that would also have sound reverberate out. I mean, it might be
only if the
muffled,
bubble
but-
reverberates and moves. It doesn't because it's psychically
Oh,
kept in
because it's
place.
kinetic energy. Good call. Oh, I don't think I would have thought of that.
You have to
That's-
combine
that's
bubble.
solid stuff, EE. Solid stuff.
So what does he say?
Physics. It appears the hatch is stuck. I cannot open it at all.
Allow me to try, and I give it a try.
I'm still trying to hold it back.
Try
Is
with your
Stax
mind.
doing anything?
Try with your mind.
Stax, are you trying to do anything to Cooper?
Yeah, I'll try and
Very
help
well.
too.
I put my hand near the door, so I can quickly put it on the handle to conceal the way it was open, but I just tried to focus. And again, this is going to take minutes, because he's still very new to it, so he starts focusing.
Cooper, buddy, if you're gonna wake up, I do it soon.
Cooper, make a mental saving throw.
Why doesn't that scroll down?
I got a 1. I got a natural 1.
No!
Cooper, I swear to God, why do you always pick the worst times for this shit?
Do I just never wake up?
Stacks.
Can I roll like some sort of exert check?
Yeah, if
to
you can
see-
roll an exert. You did say it would take you a few minutes, so Stacks, you realize you can actually pose Cooper, like his joints aren't locked, so he's actually posable now.
Should I roll like intelligence or wisdom? What would you say is more the stat of silence?
It's either wisdom or it's constitution. I'd say wisdom
Okay,
because you're using your
constitution.
mind. But you could use constitution as well if you want to brute force it.
I'll use
pose
constitution
Cooper
because
against-
he's doing it in a very inefficient way. He's
Sure.
more like all of his body is tensing because he still hasn't quite made the connection properly.
I pose Cooper against the wall, looking like he's kind of ill, like he's leaning up against it with his head down.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got a 10.
With that,
Strength check.
Delilah, yeah, you can
Strength check,
exert.
Okay. With my -1.
You are bodily
well.
lifted out as you're still holding on to the bottom of the thing as it opens.
Oh!
As it starts to move, I actually
make
move
a
my hand
C.
down and grab the. As it starts to open, I take hold of the latch.
I'm gonna try to make like I'm gonna try to be a little bit distracting here, make like keep the attention on me. So as I come out, I'm gonna come out and just kind of like flop around in the water for a minute. Oh god, I hate that I have to do this to myself. I flop around in the water for a minute, like I'm trying to grab my bearings. Like, oh crap! Oh no, I'm in water.
As you do that,
I
then
didn't
Grigori
expect this.
leans in and grabs you by like the scruff of the back of your neck, like your shirt, and bodily throws you upwards a little bit. And because it's through the water, you go making room so that everyone else can get out of the entrance. It has been a little while though, so he looks in and notices that Cooper's leaning up against the edge. You're like, is he okay?
He can be.
Yeah, I think he's a little sick right now. You
Soon,
might want to just
sometimes.
give him a minute.
Okay, well, get them to join us in ship when they're ready. We will go into big ship.
At this
Sure,
point,
sure.
I've got a hand on Grigori and I've reached in and I've grabbed hold of Stax's shoulder so the communication is bridged. But once Grigori says that and starts moving off, presumably after Delilah, who's just thrown into the inky blackness, I let go of him and I said, "Are you sure? Is he well enough to come with us?"
Yeah, he'll be all right. He snapped out of it. Just too much deep powder the other night. He's a frail guy.
Yes, Delilah has an interesting reaction to that, but okay, well, do you want me to stay with him?
Nah. I'll stay here. You guys go ahead.
Very well. I just accept that. Walk on.
As he swims up, would I understand how it is that we can speak? I don't think I would have put 2 and 2 together because I had never experienced it with any of the other stuff. Like we did the hose thing, but that was it.
Well, yeah, as he's now swimming away from the hatch, Grigori will come over to you and grab you by the shoulder and be like, Dad, we are going to ship. Cooper is following along. He is sick. Are you coming?
Oh, yes. Thank you for the help. Thank you. Yes.
All right, and he goes to your ship. He instantly does not understand anything about how the airlock or anything like that works. He's like, this is a miraculous gift of the gods. You travel between the planes?
Yeah, something
Yeah.
like that.
Stacks, you're back with Cooper, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Or
so
did he
yeah.
carry him up here, just underarm?
No, just left him in the airlock.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing what we're able to do, though honestly I think you're speaking to the two worst people to explain how this thing works.
Oh, well, should we wait for your friends, Stacks and Cooper?
We can get in.
Yes.
Oh,
We just can't do much more than that.
okay. If you would like to open the door.
Go ahead and open it. I've seen Stacks and Cooper do it a million times. It's fine.
Okay.
Well, actually, I've seen him do it
I think
about
I
6
saw-
times. But it's
Oh,
fine.
I think I
this
saw it
place
once.
is-
Maybe.
I have never seen anything like this. This is... Huh. It is very interesting. Smells a bit funny, though. No.
It is a small ship, and sometimes we can travel a great distance. There was a hole in the side. Much of the atmosphere from outside is likely leaked in.
That is not good. Right. Now, who is the pilot?
How long can this last?
Oh, don't
Just
worry
drink to her
about it.
body.
Just...
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say they can do like a diagnostics when they get back here and make sure that the air in here is still good for us and that everything's good to go. Cooper is just a very.
We can't go anywhere until they get here.
Cooper's the one that flies the ship, and again,
Should we
he's
go
just
back
a
and
little.
make sure they're okay?
No. He just needs a few extra minutes. I don't know if you'll usually see that out of character.
Make a talk check.
Sure. Charisma with a -1.
Mm-hmm.
Girl.
Damn, Cooper.
I rolled snake eyes. No! He's fine. God.
I
We
will
definitely
go
don't
check
want you
on
to
him.
find out he's
It
a
is
robot.
Probably best that we make sure that the expedition gets on the way. And he starts walking back into the
I
city.
nod to him. I'll stay with. Did you hit your head down?
No, Ulysses, you go get Cooper. Maybe I should show you like the rooms of the ship so you can at least see where we are.
He can't
like
hear
trying
you
to
because
convince
his
the
bubble
guy
isn't
to.
connected and he's now underwater.
Did you jump in before I even said anything? Like,
Yeah,
he's like, "Right,"
yeah.
and jumped in.
You were like, oh, he's like, I will go check, and he started going to
Okay,
the
then
city.
if he does that, I'm gonna turn to Ulysses and be like, Ulysses, you said that thing you're doing above my head. No, Cooper's a robot. Listen, just don't let him find out. Go quickly. Don't let him find out. Just go.
Cooper
Explain
can't
later.
be a robot.
Just go, Ulysses. Quick. Slow him down.
He has no particular reason to doubt. Very well. I'll be back shortly, and I turn to follow Grigori. I was like, but I'm clearly like I'm wearing a frown now.
Okay.
I'm not at all happy about this particular situation.
So Stax, what were you
Worst
going
way
to do
to
with
find
Cooper?
out.
I'm like tipping him over, and like, cause we're underwater now, I'm like tossing him up in the air like a pizza crust, and it's been like, Cooper, wake up, buddy, spinning him. Come on, pal.
Okay,
I really need you to
you
wake
can't
up
be spin
right
him in
now,
the airlock. Do you want to just get out of the airlock and do that just outside the airlock?
This
Yeah,
is the
this
mechanic
wrong
solution.
moment for you to do this. Can I do a fix check on him to see if I can fix him? I just figured I didn't have toolkits or anything.
Sure. Do a
Black,
fix
can you do me a
check.
favor? Can you pull a Fonz for me? Just give him a good
Hey! Yeah, just got bam, hit him on the side, and he just plays. Hey, there it is.
and a Coke pops out.
Let me do my fix check. Damn it, my shift key's stuck. There we go. That's gonna be a 8.
Oh my god! I thought I saw that 2 again. I was like, no, but that wasn't you.
That includes the -1, right?
Yeah.
With an 8, examining him, he seems human. He really does. He seems fleshy, and his flesh moves in and squidges, and as far as you can tell, and as you're twisting him around and like moving him and pizza crusting him round and round, Grigori gets close enough to go, "What is going on? Why are you
Did
tossing
Ulysses have
small
time
one
to slow him
around?"
down?
You know, sometimes
He was pretty close. Ulysses took talking to you, and at which point Ulysses comes in behind. Ulysses, you notice Cooper is immobile, being thrown around by Stacks.
You know, sometimes these little guys, they just won't listen to you, so you gotta put them in their place, you know?
Make a talk check.
It'd be so funny if you passed this.
A 4.
Dude, you're embarrassing me in front of my
No.
psycho bro.
The Ulysses. Why is one of your mistreating the other one, and why is your lady person trying to keep me away? What is going on here?
I look at them. We're in the same front. I have.
Our friend here seems to have come down with some sort of malady. He seems like he's frozen in place, and he's not listening to us. Like I walk him over like a mannequin, like a cardboard cutout, and I say, "My name is Cooper, and I'm not feeling so well. I appear to be stuck in paralysis."
What kind of? Are you having a lark? Is this some sort of joke? Is this funny to you?
Well, I mean, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do with a bad situation. He's been stuck like this
Cooper,
for a little while
and
now.
I reach out and I actually try to dig my hands into his shoulder and give him a good shake underwater.
You do
Chicken
so,
baby
and
syndrome.
your hand kind of squidges in like there is flesh, and it doesn't get any real response.
I look to Grigoria. I honestly got an expression of I have no idea what's going on, but it's frustrating me.
Let us look at this in better light and not underwater. And he grabs Cooper, and then there's a and he disappears.
And I almost fall over because I was kind of leaning on him, testing how much he could take.
Did he
I
just
stumble
teleport
under the
back to
water try
our
and catch
ship?
myself.
Where'd he go?
Delilah, right in front of you. Floop. Cooper hits the ground, and
With him?
Grigoria appears.
Hi. He's stuck like that.
Now you are speaking better truth than last truth. Last truth was not so much truth as it was, let us say, a lie.
Does this ever happen when... Oh, I'm not there. Never mind.
I have never seen this happen
You'll get there in
before.
like 30 seconds.
I've literally
I
never...
immediately take a guess that they've gone to the ship, so I grab stacks and we're heading there.
All right, let's go.
I have literally never seen this happen before. We came to this realization while the thing was filling with water. Maybe that's why this happened to him. And we think part of him is machine, which is something unusual. And that seems... She's very... That's unusual.
I like the fact she is now bearing truth. Well done.
We're
Ulysses would be proud of you.
trying not to raise alarms. We're here to help you out in finding Thor's hammer, and we didn't know if this was going to be a boon or a bane to our task, and we didn't want to warn you, but maybe that was a bad idea since you're one of us, at least for now.
Make a
Sorry.
talk check.
Sure. Charisma is -1. And I can't see. God, I keep rolling so horrible.
I do not
Like, I have
appreciate
skills
being
that I'm good
lied
at, but I
to,
roll terrible.
but
She nods understandingly.
there is tale of another god, Hel. She was made of gods and was one of the gods long ago. And she was also machine, made by the gods to fight in the endless war. They say she still stalks the land, and she sounds similar to your compatriot here. That said, beyond the tales, I know nothing that may be of use.
Well, this might be related to that, and maybe finding Thor's hammer will allow us to either figure him out more, or if he does happen to be one of these... You said, is Hel a not good god? Because if that's the case, maybe it'll help us to resolve the problem. Gesturing at
Hel-
him as the problem.
Hel fought against the deep swimmers long ago, but she did not
Oh.
settle here.
Okay. And now understanding it further, because this whole religion's foreign to her. Okay. Either way, maybe that's the case, but this is all new to me. I'm sorry for lying to you. maybe Stax can explain it better.
At this point, Stax and Ulysses come in.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Your friend is still
Studio
frozen.
audience claps, laughs.
Your lady still lies. Like Loki.
You know, where she's from, lying is kind of a conversation starter. It's sort of a, well, you know, it's a position of last resort. You don't use that as your opening salvo, you know what I mean? You can't have
Where
the
I'm
truth as
from,
your
you do
opening
not lie
salvo.
to your allies.
Fair enough, but how are we going to begin to explain what's wrong?
Well, you can
I don't
begin
know how
by
to fix
explaining
him,
to
right?
me why
We don't know.
is he not moving?
Ulysses, we don't know. Look into his eyes. That's all we know. He stopped moving. Stax looked in his eyes and saw what you're about to see, and then he showed me. And then you guys started
Some
banging on the
block.
door.
I say with dark intent, and I grab Cooper rather roughly, like I'm not in the mood for this anymore, and I just lean in, almost expecting him to pull a face or something, and I try to peer in his eyes. I recoil rather sharply, not because of fear, but because of just absolute surprise.
Do you not have a healing place or, I don't know, machine, maybe fixing place on this skyship of yours? Do you have no way to...
Yeah, I'll go get my toolkit.
But
Okay.
what do you do? Like, do you open him? Because that doesn't sound like what we're supposed to do if we think he's actually still some of Cooper.
Can we take
Like,
him to
you
the
can't
med
just-
bay and run
you
it
just
back?
cut him
If you
open.
want. The med bay isn't damaged or whatever. The workshop is, but the med bay is fine. If you want to look in the med bay.
All right, let's take him to the med bay and plug him in and see what happens.
Okay, there you go. That sounds like a good idea.
Okay, so if you can make medicine checks to be able to scan him and use all the med bay facilities to try and figure out what's going on.
Does anybody here have medicine? I got a +1 intelligence and a -1 for medicine, so I can do it. Like this equipment is not
7?
foreign to my character. Okay.
You take a good hour just going through all the handheld scanners, all the inbuilt scanners in the ship. Luckily, your power and everything's fine. And you figure out, after a little while, that, yeah, he is not human. And in fact, that skin doesn't bleed. It's got a slight reddening reaction to surface deep cuts. But he is not human. In fact,
Like
fully
none of us?
throughout.
Whilst this hour is going past, I'm just kind of stood in the med bay with my arms crossed, and watching Stax tweak around and stuff like that, and just scan him. I reach out and just kind of lay my hand on Stax's back, because I'm assuming the bubble is still there effectively, because we're in dodgy atmosphere. Did you know?
About this? No, I
Yes.
had no idea.
None at all.
No, I thought they just fixed him up on that future planet, but my guess is that he was so dismembered and fucked up when we got him back from the great battle that we fought in, that show or whatever it was, that they just replaced him with a robot and thought we wouldn't notice.
Ulysses, you weren't there, but I remember what happened to him. I know it wasn't me, but I've seen it with the visions that I've gotten. It is surprising that he would have survived. I'm just curious if there's anything human in him at all, even his
What does the
brain
machine
or
say,
something.
Stax? Is he human, but parts have been replaced, or?
Is there anything organic left inside of him from the scans?
it takes a good amount of time to go through all the scans, but as far as you can tell, there is nothing organic about him. Although, you do note that along the back of his head, there is a small indentation below the normal protuberance of bone on the back of the skull. And if you put your finger up there and push, there's a little button there.
I pushed the button.
Okay, Stax, you walk over, and you've got, Cooper sitting down in front of you, and you kind of
That better not be
push
factory
this
reset.
bit under the back of the skull.
No,
And
this
with
is
that-
this is now in Spanish mode.
You all watch in horror as Cooper's head...
Hola, me llamo Cooper.
Little bits just start popping out on like individual plates. The plates start folding back, and then and opens up his entire skull. And inside
I
you can
actually
see
make a sign of warding.
inside you can see a Type A power cell with the indicator saying it's fully drained, and next to it you can see about a fist-sized lump of crystal with intricate interlace circuitry on it. It's maybe a little bit longer than a Coke can, a little bit thinner. And it's currently sitting there, plugged in through some sort of connection port. It looks like a fairly standard connection port. And indicator lights inside the metallic housing just start flickering.
Bantham, I'm just going to say right now, let us hope that Delilah is nothing like Sarah Connor. Otherwise, that little brain chip is going on the counter and a hammer's coming down.
I take one of Cooper's power cells from his bunk because I assume that's where he's got them stored. And I slap another one in. And then I replace it and put it back on the charger from the ship for the drained one.
While this is going on, is Grigori in here watching this as well?
These aren't parts.
After an hour, Grigori isn't really understanding what medical stuff is. He would be sitting outside. He wouldn't be in there with you because it's your crew, effectively.
Good.
I'm going to step out. Like I've seen enough, and it's shaking me a little bit. I go out and I sit down. Like I'm assuming he might be at the mess table.
He's been hearing the gasp of surprise. He's like, "What is going on?"
Just never done this medical operation before.
Make a talk
It's a little bloodier than I thought.
Sit down and like I'm wearing a frown. Like I sit beside him and I shake my head. It seems I knew less about my companions than I realized.
Stacks.
Dax, can you make a talk check?
I'm right there with you. I don't even know what to say right now. Those people fucked us over on that planet hard. I have half a mind to go back over there and drop these nukes on them.
Stax, can you do a talk check?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
It's a 7.
Hope the operation goes well. What is it about your allies that are so confusing? You know, if you choose to, you can stay here. We will be happy to induct you into the order.
That option is looking more appealing, but there's much about this I don't understand, and it would be wise for me not to make a decision until I do. Suffice to say that a man I thought was a man is nothing more than a machine. When that happened, I have an idea, but this is complicated.
Stax, do you close Cooper up?
Yeah, I hit the button and
Turn them
close
on without doing it. They show
Delilah, don't tell him that he has a battery. When he goes dead next time, we'll just talk about this then.
How long is that gonna take?
We don't have time for this right now.
I guess a month.
Thor's
Like
hammer.
little like blinking icons start appearing and going around in his eye, and it gets faster and faster and faster and faster until it goes boop, flashes green, and then Cooper, you find yourself sitting in the med bay with Delilah and Stax around you, like.
Hey, Cooper. Hi.
What's going on? Where am I?
How you doing, buddy?
You collapsed in the airlock.
Yeah. You weren't looking very good.
Right. Yeah. We're on the ship. That's good. What's happening? Are we on our way?
Yeah, momentarily. We were just trying to get you all back up and running before we went on this adventure.
You know what? Maybe you should just head straight to the cockpit. You're feeling good, right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Maybe you should just
I don't know what happened there.
straight to the cockpit. Just straight there and just start running. Like, make sure that we're safe and just get things started. Straight there.
All right, yeah.
We're all eager. We're all eager to do this.
Yeah, the sooner we get there, the less oxygen we use. Sure. And I get up and I'm a little confused as to what's going on and why
Delilah
I'm
and
here.
Stax both
so
make
on.
talk checks. Cooper,
Less
use a
oxygen.
notice charisma.
Because you definitely are breathing right now. You are a breathing person that requires oxygen.
Enter.
2 7s.
Versus.
This is 3 7s in a row. I don't know. I think we just won something. Look at that.
7.
What should I make?
Notice charisma.
All right. Oh, they'll be fine then.
Yeah, no,
I
yeah,
got a
that's
4.
totally cool. Like, yeah, you should probably go to the cockpit right now.
Yeah, sure. The sooner the better. And
As you walk
sort of
through
get
the mess
back into
hall,
So surprised he's not powered by B. That's
So
power
we-
Salvido.
I kind of want to
A.
eight.
He's an efficient robot.
Oh, super efficient. I know.
Yeah, but
He's
he's powered
like
with the
a
same sort of thing that you might use to play a Game Boy. Not
Yeah,
the
I
sort of
know.
thing that you
It's-
might use to power a tank.
They
Couple
got
of
good
double A's.
technology on that planet, man. They got it all figured out.
So we need
actually,
to like distract the Russian dude to be like,
The A power cell won't charge him fully. It will charge him for a little while. He has to plug in to recharge his internal battery more.
Good.
Oh,
That was emergency
So if
power.
I
He
saw
drained
that
his
readout-
He's like an alarm clock. You plug it into the wall, but you will also keep some double A's in there, just in case the
Or like a
power
9
goes
volt or
out,
something,
so your
yeah.
alarm clock can last through the night. I
me.
get you.
I walk out into the main common area, and inside my bunk, you see me grabbing power cells and like putting them inside my coat.
You can just like
I
take
go
a
up
cable and just hook him up, and he will have charged. Did you want to do that while he
I
was
go
then
out?
he'll
over
know
and
he's a
immediately walk
robot.
over
No,
to-
No, you want to do it while he's out.
Oh no, he's already woke up. We're living
Oh,
with
in
that
retrospect, just because I forgot to mention it.
now. I mean, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, you'll be fully charged then. But Cooper, as you walk through mess hall, Grigori's
Yeah,
like,
I wanted to go and just distract them. Like I wanted to go out there and just like make a face at them, like, and just kind of go over and try to engage them in conversation
Cooper,
immediately.
how are you after your operation? It was messy, but you seem fine.
I look confused for a moment at the mention of an operation. Like,
The
And then-
slick-haired
and then I
one, Stax,
probably
he said
guessed
there
that
was
it
a
was-
messy operation and he had like cut you open and stuff.
I probably think, oh, I bet they've spun some story for some reason or other. I'm sure it's fine. I go, oh yeah, I'm fine now. It's
And
good.
there's one advantage to being, in a party with compulsive liars is you don't seem phased when someone says something weird. You're like, oh,
Exactly. Just go with it. Stop being a
Yes,
buzzkill.
well, try not to freeze up again. If that happens in combat or something, that could be a problem. And just, or while flying skyship. If you freeze on flying skyship, that is also not a problem. That is bad.
That doesn't
gods will
usually
protect
happen. I'm
us.
sure it'll be fine.
The
And I
gods
set off to
will
the
protect
cockpit,
us. We're on a holy quest.
cracking
Okay.
my knuckles as I go. I'm happy to be finally doing something I'm good at again.
Right.
You say
okay.
that, but the last time we made you do the thing you were good at, you flew us around space for 30 days straight.
Yeah, but re-entering the atmosphere here was the best thing ever. It was
You
so
did you a
smooth.
crazy Ivan.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
Let's go sit down with the two of them.
Stax, what you come from tier 3 world, don't you?
No, mine's like modern. It's like Earth.
That's tier 3.
Okay, so yeah, it's like modern Earth essentially, except that like really rich people have access to like robotics and stuff
Yeah.
like that. There's
Delilah,
like drones
you
and
come
things
from
flying
tier 4?
around.
Technically tier 4. I just have a peasant background because of story.
Okay, in which case
So
I'll need
I'm
you to make
effectively
a
tier 3.
knowledge check, because you may have heard of this then.
Knowledge is, and there's knowledge intelligence
you to represent.
with a -1, of course. And it's a 5, sadly.
Yeah, you have no idea what Cooper is.
Mm-hmm.
Right, anyone
No,
else
that's
going
fine.
to the cockpit with Cooper, or just leaving Cooper to it?
I wanted to go straight over to Ulysses and the other guy to have a chat.
Okay. Stax?
After putting a whole bunch of power cells in my jacket, I come and I sit down at the common table and I say, well, that was an interesting experience. Luckily, it all seems to have worked out.
I did not know you were a surgeon, too.
Not really a surgeon. Just kind of bluffed my way through it. He might have a potato for a kidney now.
He's a surgeon of machines. We just
Listen,
didn't know that our companion was one.
We can't let him know now. We need
Doesn't
to.
know?
He doesn't know. He needs
How
to
can a
know.
man
Do
not
not tell
know
your
what he
allies
is?
who they are and important
No,
information.
He
Don't
needs
have
to
time
know.
for an
but
existential crisis right now. Cooper is
but
not as
we don't
mentally
have-
sturdy as your people.
we don't have the life support to deal with that and go and get Thor's hammer and come back. Maybe we should do this when we're at where we could restrain him and put him inside a properly locked
Gregory,
area.
it's like this. You know when you have like an ally in combat who's like really wounded, but like you reinforce him morally and you're like, yeah, you're gonna be just fine, and you slap him on his head and you push him back into combat? It's kind of like that right now. We just need to push him, and we'll deal with the gaping wound later.
He is your battle brother, and you are keeping important information from him.
Oh, I don't know if he needs this particular information right now.
I feel ill at ease about this, Stax.
I feel ill at ease about this as well, but I don't think we have time to deal with it at the moment.
We have two decisions, Ulysses. We can either not tell him now until we get back, or we can not go now and tell him now. But we can't stay on the ship and do this. Otherwise, we're going to be in the same situation we were in just a few days ago. And I'm sorry, but I don't want to be in that situation. So it's either back to the facility, or it's tell him later. I'm fine with either one, but we can't do both at the same time. If you want to speak to him now, that's fine. We just should tell him to shut down the thing, and we should get out of here and stop wasting air.
Very well. If you, Stax, you seem to have a better idea of the way Cooper thinks than I do. And if you truly believe that this is the best option, that he would rather not know until there is a time and place where he can properly explore his nature, then I will take it under your advice. But I feel ill at ease with a belly full of lies.
I understand completely. This is not something I'm very happy about either. Normally, I'm okay with lying. This is one of those situations where, like, I should probably tell him the truth, but we're in the middle of something.
Listen, we're all having a hard time processing this right now. And then she kind of like thinks to herself, like she lingers after that, realizing she said the word processing. And then after like a few moments, she's like, after that, she's like, but we all need time to figure it out. The only thing that I suppose we can take from this, Ulysses, is we know why he wasn't being affected with the smaller amounts of food and without the air. It was not ill intent. He just doesn't need it. He isn't actively trying to harm us.
If he doesn't know what he is, then that also is forgivable. This is a complicated situation. I will be glad once we have retrieved this hammer and we can sit down and properly speak of it.
The gods will smile upon us, like kind of looking over at the other guy. The gods will smile upon us when we finish this, and maybe they can give guidance in getting through it.
I'm disappointed in all of you.
Out of game laugh, not in game.
And he looks across at Ulysses. Just shakes his head slightly.
She turns to him, like full attention to him. How would you handle this situation?
And I would call him in here and I would tell him.
Then if you're with us, as I said earlier, if we're doing that, then let's go back to your place and tell him there. But I don't want to be locked in this small facility with limited resources, limited air, and go through whatever it is we're about to go through. It's not smart. We could all die. I turn to the other two. You know what happened last time there was one of these things in the group?
Enough. Sandy attacked one of us. He didn't do it unknowingly. Sandy attacked us. He laughed, from what I was told. Cooper may be acting oddly. Machine or man, he's going somewhere where he might die. How can we expect him to make peace with his god, whatever god a machine might worship, if he worships anything else? You said he doesn't know. If a machine thinks like a man, believes he is a man, should we treat him any differently than he was?
Well, I mean, you could have said the same thing about Sandeep, you know? And I could tell you 100% he was no different than, like, this battery charger over here, just with, like, a text-to-speak program that was really convincing in him.
Listen, it sounds like both of you err on the side of telling him now. I told you already, I'm fine with that. But let's go back then. Let's go back down into the facility
Enough, no,
to do this.
we do not need to go back. Let us speak with him.
All right, Cooper, come in here. Stop flying the ship. We got bad news.
He's very uneasy with this.
I guess I hear that, and I'll go, and I'll start like shutting down the things I was powering up.
Just
I'm
do
looking
the
at
diagnostic
the
cycle
floor.
will take like 10 minutes. It's cool.
I'm like looking at the floor, like almost mindlessly while I'm pondering what's going on at the spot where I was induced into a coma and like left there for days upon days upon days.
So, if I open up Cooper's head with the button, does that power him down automatically?
You don't know.
Or if he's got a full battery, will he still stay awake?
It's a really jarring way there, Splat.
Hey, Ulysses
Hey,
said
guess
we should
what?
get to the point.
Yeah, that's a bit. But anyway, I
You guys
come up the stairs.
So,
Yeah, what is it? We're pretty much ready to go.
So, Cooper, the group has something we want to tell you. And I sit down and I like fold my hands on my lap. This is gonna sound
wait, stop,
odd
Dax.
when it.
Cooper,
Hold on, Cooper.
do you... I turn
Cooper,
to...
just so you know, I don't think you tried to kill anybody. You seem like a pretty good dude.
There we go. Like I said.
She'll come around.
Cooper, when we were starving on the way here, did
Yeah?
you notice anything different about yourself, about us, about the situation? Speak truthfully, from the heart. Hold nothing back.
I glance between everyone and try and sort of assess the situation of, have I been rumbled?
Probably.
I don't think I know that use of the phrase of the word rumbled.
Has whatever machinations you've been trying been foiled? Are people onto you?
Gotcha.
People onto you.
Have people
that's
twigged?
it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So what impression do I get from that? Everyone's looks of concern and possibly a mix of fear and so on.
They think there's something different about you that they may know. Something to do with the fact that you haven't eaten or drank. Beyond that, you can't really say without any information.
Yeah,
When was the last
I'm
time you
pausing,
took a
just
shit,
look
buddy?
between them all.
Thank you, Splat.
About 2 or 3 days after he was eating food.
He still functions biologically. Crap
A
goes in,
robot
crap comes
that
out.
shits? I don't want to live in this heretical world.
The texture is somewhat different.
I
Not
don't
to
want
put too
I
fine a
just
detail
look
on
at
it.
I don't want to know the color.
Does he use
I don't
less
wanna know-
I don't know
paper?
this. It goes into a
Does he
black
use
hole.
more
It doesn't
paper?
matter.
Like, does it? I mean, like,
So looking between everyone, I go,
is it a discharge? Like,
in the past months, yeah.
Koopa, you remember that time that we went to that planet where
Oh,
they had us all try to kill each
Stax.
other?
Let him speak. Is this
I'm
something we should
guessing-
know?
I'm guessing you've worked something out, maybe from what just happened in the airlock. I'm not quite sure what just happened in the airlock, but well, as you know, at the end of the story games, I sort of got decapitated, and then I guess they gave me a choice between a normal body and a robot one, and I think I went with the robot one.
Wait, you
And
knew about this?
Think
You
or
didn't
you
tell us?
know?
I'm fairly sure. I mean, it was a little hazy. I was sort of missing like all my organs.
Cooper, why were you using the rations when the rest of us were starving?
I don't think I don't. Yeah.
I wasn't quite sure how it worked. I
And you
ate
didn't
food
think
and
to speak
everything
to us about it?
worked normally.
We were on the verge of death, Cooper.
I didn't know how long it would take till the food was out
I
anyway.
think this is worse than if you were just
I love how that
guy
went from,
trying to-
it's okay, you weren't a bad guy too. You are actually...
you didn't need
Cooper-
any of the supplies and you were using them.
Actually, Bentham, you actually know the reason that you were still eating is because you assume that everything from your neck up is still biological. And you need the food for that.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm just checking that you're conveying that. Cool.
Yeah, I say, well, I didn't know exactly how it worked. I wasn't sure how much air I needed to breathe or how much food I needed to eat.
I understand you not like coming clean with this stuff with me because we just met, but that's kind of something that you would share, right? Am I wrong? Like if I had my head cut
I
off, and
slammed
came
my
back
hands on the table and I sat up. I was this close to cutting my own arm off to make sure that you could fly us here.
Well, I don't know how this works.
I induced myself into a coma.
That was necessary, that we didn't have an affair. If you hadn't, well, maybe I would have made it. I'm not sure.
I turn away from him. I don't want to look at him at the moment.
Koopa, so you knew you were a robot and you didn't tell us? Like, what if that thing that just happened in the middle of the battle with the deep swimmers? Here I was thinking of feeling guilty, like, for lying to you, and you've been lying to us the whole time, buddy.
Well,
I mean, I'd like to say I trained you well, but we kind of need to know about this stuff.
Well, how are you supposed to go to someone and say that, hey, now I'm a robot from the neck down? I mean...
That's a start. You know what, Cooper? That would be a fucking start. Okay? Like, you were eating the food and breathing the air, and we all almost died because you were having emotional turmoil. And then she turns to the other guy and she's like, this is a reason why we should have had this conversation in the facility and not on the ship.
I was breathing however much air I was breathing. I don't know how much that was.
Wait. Well, one. You all have some real issues.
Apparently we do.
Two.
Yeah.
Are you robot from neck down or are you robot? I am confused.
From the neck down.
Enough lies, Cooper. I turn around. I'm angry, visibly
I'm gonna
angry.
go ahead and
That
I
is-
push the button on the back of his head.
I don't look.
Really?
I don't see him enough.
Time stops for you.
I don't look.
I just, like,
literally
black
look
out.
away.
Yeah, your
How does-
consciousness will return soon.
How did Grigori react? to this?
Grigori is just like,
My point is to illustrate that he is most definitely not. He's more than a robot from the neck down.
I
He
think you
is
need to make a point to
a
him
robot
rather
from the
than
neck
point to
up
me.
as well.
I am going to go and this room here. Grigori just walks into the room and closes the door. You have stuff
Sure.
you need to work out. This is not time for me.
Cooper, can you hear us?
There is no response.
When he says that, I actually look back like, oh, that's a good point.
I turn him back on now with the button.
Does that close his head?
Bing! Cooper, people have moved and Grigori's disappeared instantly.
Okay, hold
What
on.
the hell was that? What did you
No,
do?
no,
And
no,
I
listen,
guess
listen.
Sex is right by
Cooper.
me, so I sort of push him away.
Cooper, you want to know? Do you really want to know? Here, let me show you.
What?
And
What
I'll
do you-
actually pop out the data chip from my what the hell is it called? Argus Web, and I'll hand him the data chip from my Argus Web so he can watch the last half hour of this.
What?
Just
As-
take it.
queue up to the last half hour of the 24 hours of footage, and just watch this.
Okay.
When I jump to the last half hour, is that when they're looking down at me on like the medical bed with my face open?
I mean, yeah.
Yep. You notice the inside of your own skull contains a sort of bluish crystalline object, a gap where there's another socket that looks like it could do the same thing, and then below that, a Type A power cell, and then a port for a standard electrical cable.
Oh, my initial response upon seeing this is, what is... I just freeze and I drop the chip. That was... me?
Now you see our reactions.
But that doesn't make any sense. They said a robot body.
They
My
were
head was
kidding.
still... No, that... I'm just not really properly processing the situation. I'm just like... No, that... So I'm...
Can I try and use telepathy on him?
You're getting more used to his mind now. You getting somewhat you think might be confusion.
It feels like he's genuinely confused over the situation.
At a very, very base self level, there's a difference between being confused about an external event and being confused about your own self being.
So existential crisis kind of.
Yeah, that's
confusion.
exactly the word I was looking for. Yeah.
I told you this was going to happen. I said we don't have time for an existential crisis right now. And no, everybody wanted to be
He
honest.
doesn't know what that word means. He knows what the feeling is, not the word.
There was like, that wasn't the agreement. That wasn't...
I look between the others and then I turn my attention back to Cooper. You truly knew nothing of this. You knew of your body, but not what you are now. What?
No, that wasn't what it was supposed to be. It was... What am I?
Cooper, I didn't know you before you. Do you feel like you? You talk like you were you, but do you, like, you understand what I'm saying, right, Stax?
Yeah, I kind of follow what you mean, but I'll be real honest right now. This is a bit of a freak out.
He hasn't the eyes of a liar. He has the eyes of a fool for trusting those people who thrust us into that situation to begin with, to keep any word that they gave. But not a malicious one. So what now?
There's so much to...
I mean, what else is there to do but head forwards? We can't keep
You were
Gregory
killed
on.
by a robot and you chose to become one? I mean...
I didn't choose this. Just sort of gesturing vaguely at the head.
This.
I know.
I mean, did you at least get any cool stuff like lasers embedded in your chest or like, I don't know, swords underneath your fingernails?
I don't know. I've not exactly tested this yet.
I know that normally I'm telling you to stop examining yourself in the bathroom, but maybe you should go do that this time.
I mean, after having examined him fairly closely, you would say that Cooper's physique is maybe slightly better than it was?
He's about an inch taller.
They were like, we can make some improvements here.
He had to have penis reduction, obviously, because that thing was just inhuman.
Wait,
But it really isn't.
you guys said before that Cooper is a great pilot. You had talked about some of the things that he could do. Is this like a weaker version of Cooper because his piloting was so poor trying to get us here? Is this like maybe he's not the Cooper he was before because the Cooper before could have accomplished the tasks that he was failing at?
It's possible it just took his body time to acclimate. Like, I don't know. You know how sometimes when you sit in a position too long, your arm falls asleep? Maybe
Yeah.
it was like that for like a robot on his first awakening.
But maybe that's you sat for so long your arm was amputated. Like it's a dead arm. Like gangrene or something. Like maybe he just isn't as good as Cooper was, in which case
Whilst Delilah and Stax are talking, I walk around the table towards Cooper, and assuming he doesn't step back.
I'm not really paying much attention to what those two are saying, or really what's happening around me at all, much, unless
Okay.
I'm directly addressed.
I walk really close and I put a hand on your shoulder. And I turn in and I just murmur, I can understand not wanting to betray some nature that you feel that others will be afraid of. But you could have let us die. I'm not sure I can forgive that lie. And I turn away and I go to find Gregory.
He's walked into the nearest room, which was actually Stax's room with the magic toilet. He's investigating it and seems a bit confused by it.
I go into Stax's room. But upon seeing Gregory investigating the toilet, I pause it. Do you need a moment?
I have no idea what it is.
It is an outhouse that is inside.
Well, all our outhouses are inside. Otherwise, we'd be shitting underwater.
oh, so many laughable moments.
Where Ulysses comes from, it's not uncommon if you live by the sea. You just pop into the sea.
Yeah, but shitting underwater is hard, man. I tried to shit in a lake one time, and like it doesn't come out properly because the dynamics all fucked up. Like you're trying to squeeze it out, but it's trying to float back in, and you're like, this is bullshit. And then
This
like
is why
when
you
it
don't
comes
poo
out,
in the moon pool, guys.
yeah,
God.
don't shit because like when it comes out, then you've got that brief moment where everything's like zip and sucks back shut, so you get like an enema too. It's fucked up, man. Don't shit underwater. It's not fun.
And
It's a terrible
anyway, I
plan.
step in and I allow the door to close.
What is going on? Is Splat talking about bleaching his asshole right now?
I was
Is that
drunk and I was at the lake and I wanted to shit in the lake. I didn't know how to do it.
It was a lake, not a chlorinated pool. Okay.
No, I wasn't shitting in somebody's pool, but definitely in a lake because raccoons and stuff do that anyways. So what harm is
Yes,
there
if a
gonna
raccoon
be?
can do it, it's good enough for Splat.
Exactly.
Bumper line.
Splat. His goal in life is to be a trash panda. Today I
What's
learned.
going on?
I'm already cute enough. Now I just got to get the technique down.
Splat, splat, in the lake he shat.
Okay, so moving
So
on.
anyway, in the mess hall, I've taken a seat somewhere while Stax and Delilah are talking, and amongst that, I just say, so, if I'm not Cooper, where is Cooper? Is he alive? I'm not sure if
Recycled into
I'm
plastic.
happier about him being alive or dead.
Or maybe being cloned endlessly as gladiators for their amusement.
The real trip, if you think
Did
about
they
it,
just
Cooper,
kill him?
is that like, did they transfer his brain over to you, or did they just copy it and then kill the real Cooper? And so does that make you the next real Cooper? How does the
Ghost in the
hierarchy
Shell.
work here? It's a real head scratcher.
Cooper,
Um,
make me a notice check.
You notice lights inside Stax's eyes.
Everyone's a robot. None of us made it out of the Star
They
Games.
copied my brain into the
6.
toilet.
It's an upgrade.
You haven't really had time to go through a lot of the ship. It's very damaged. Everything's failing. It's beyond its normal port date to get refurbished. But you remember some vague crystalline thing like the one in your head. It's not lit internally, but there's one of those in the bridge.
Whereabouts in the bridge?
Plugged into the command console.
If Delilah and Stax are still just talking to each other, I will just get up and walk off to the bridge.
You notice plugged into the command console internally an exact copy of the crystal that's in your head, but this one doesn't seem to have the internal light. It seems dull, like it's inactive.
He's got a spare brain.
that confirms out of game knowledge.
So what does it look like? Does it look like it has a function in the ship?
It looks like right now it's doing nothing.
I'd stare at it for a while and look at like the things connecting to it, and I guess look if there's just like a button that switches it on, or some broken connection or something.
Checking the socket, it's waiting for that to be able to be active. Currently it's not active, and it doesn't seem to have any way of interrogating it to make it active or turning it on.
I get up and go back to the mess hall.
Okay. And at this point, Grigori has walked out of the room with Ulysses after they've just been having a little bit of a chit-chat and gone, "Are we done having family problems?"
Yeah?
Good. And he looks over at Ulysses and says, "I am proud you told him. Come on, hell, son. Take us to Thor."
I like that he's got a title now.
And with that, we're going to end the episode.
Yep.
So,
I'll save it for the after show.
may have lied a little bit about what you got there, Bentham. Sorry.
Yeah, you did. I'd guessed it from a certain point.
You guessed and you didn't tell us, traitor. Which
Well,
is
Cooper
basically
hadn't
how
guessed it
this
from a certain
entire
point.
like second half of this episode went. You knew and you didn't tell us.
Every time he was looking at the oxygen readouts and stuff, he's like, "Oh, I'm sure I just breathed a really small amount of air, right? I mean, a head doesn't need much air, right? That's definitely what it is, right? Yeah. I need food from my head. Keep my head alive."
Okay, so,
So
we're going to call it
close.
here for tonight. We're going to go quickly through who everyone is, and in fact, you can support the show by going to Patreon. So, and we'll read out any tips we got. We'll do that very last, so if anyone wants to tip for the time being, you'll still end up in the list of people being read. So, if you want to support the show, thank you very much. You can go to Patreon, etc. We've got a second show that's on Sundays. We don't have one this Sunday, I think, as Mag is away, and it's the final coming up. So that'll be, I think, a week Sunday. So bear that in mind. If you want to support the show, you can go to Patreon, support us there. There's the different tiers, including the GM tier, which like has like little sheets and stuff of GM information. I think I just gave Avak the Demon Core from Shadowrun, the top 3 leaders. I gave the stats to Avak, so that Shadowrun information will be going out soon. There'll also be the information for the Deep Swimmers when we finish the next episode, I think, going out, which is some rough stats for them. And I think there is... Oh, since there's the end of Shadowrun coming up, there will be my plot board, which is currently here. And there is a lot of information on that plot board. So if you want to see how I plot more intricate storylines, there's that.
I want to see that.
Oh my
Do
god,
we
I'm
want
going
to
to
tell
have so much
people
fun
what we're
talking about
doing next so that the hype starts to build, or we want to keep it to ourselves?
Well, this entire episode has been about people keeping secrets to themselves selfishly, so why break the habit?
Oh!
that. So after Shadowrun then, we'll be doing a short, probably about 2 months of D&D, which I'll be GMing. Oh dear. On Sundays.
So many
and then we've got something else planned after
It's
that,
gonna
which I'm looking
fall
forward
into
to, which
many
I am
toilets.
writing rules for right now, and I am looking forward to because it's going to be fun.
I hope Flat does understand he is going to be going headfirst into many latrines. You may as well just accept this reality now.
So what
Yeah.
you're saying is make a rogue who has really good acrobatics and really good
Yes.
dexterity, just in
As
case.
if
Hold person.
your life. Or
No, you ultimately fail any dex checks. Into the latrine you go. No, I accept that one. That was like you allowed me like 3 checks to get out of it. Like I failed a check, I got a
You did
check,
fail so many times.
and like
Shen
Abbott
tried
got a
to
check,
cast
someone got a check, Shen got a check.
Yeah.
I was like, no, that's fair. I'm in the toilet. I'm totally down with this. As a GM, I fully understand. Like I'm not mad about that one. I'm mad about all the others. But
You know,
yeah,
it
no,
couldn't
thank
have
you very
worked
much.
better either, because that's why I put the shiny thing in the toilet. I was like, "There's a shiny thing down there," and I knew somebody was going to go in after it. That's D&D. Nobody leaves a shiny thing in the toilet. It's going to be like a ring of
I
protection
don't think you
plus
expect me to
2.
crit fail though. That was the big one.
Well, I mean, I think I set you up to the opportunity to crit
Oh,
fail
yeah,
and fall
yeah.
in the toilet.
But yeah, so we will be playing a little bit of D&D, just having a little bit of a taster there. We'll have Maggie and stuff because it's on Sundays, and then there should be something fun happening in a couple of months' time if the rules go well, if we decide on it. But I'm looking forward to that one especially. But I don't want to say just yet because I'm still working on it. But yeah, so Splat, who are you? What do you do? And where can we find you? Until next week.
I am Splattercat Gaming. I show off indie games. It's what I do for a living at youtube.com/SplatterCatGaming. I also stream on occasion. I should be streaming on Sunday pretty much all day because we don't have Roll4It. So I don't know if I'm going to do Darkest Dungeon with the Crimson Court. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of Crimson Court so far. I think that the tear-off point for me with Crimson Court is that the Crimson Court bleeds into all the other dungeons. And that's the sole sticking point for me. I enjoyed it until that happened. And then I was like, oh, I don't like this at all. And so, like, I'm not sure where I stand on it right now. But we're mostly playing Darkest Dungeon and RimWorld on stream, and so I think that should be pretty fun. Don't know what I'm going to do on Sunday. I might do, like, a collab stream with my best friend with Player Unknown. Have another Dick Butt Ritus stream, but I'm not really sure. Not really sure. We'll see what happens.
His collab streams on Player Unknown are incredibly funny, by the way. His friend
Yeah.
is stupid good at comedy. Like, I'm sorry, Splat, but he outshines you.
It's okay. That's where I got it from. He's like my older brother.
Derek.
Hey, let's see. You can find me on Twitter over at Delric. You can find me on Twitch over on Delric Master. I am a DM of Dungeons and Dragons and a bunch of other things. Right now, I am DMing a 5e game on Tuesday over at Lost Initiative Show, so I guess I'm spread it out there. I'm also DMing on Derek Master, twitch.tv/Derek Master, Friday nights. That's after the stream ends, about 2 hours after it ends, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're playing in the Eberron campaign setting. I'm actually wicked excited because I just finished putting together the Obsidian Portal. It is going live today, so I'm literally going to release that in a few minutes. And that has all the background world information, everybody that needs it so far. I wanted to get it started myself before I let other people touch it afterwards. So, you know, there's all that stuff, but other than that, you know, you can find me around, Delric. Who's next? Bentham?
All right.
Elson.
That look of
Hey.
shock and alarm on your face. There, like, all right.
It's me. Okay, yeah, I'm Bentham, and on YouTube I'm Mangleport Gaming, and usually I'm playing Factorio by uploading very slowly the occasional episode of one of the 2 series I do that have run for multiple years, because I'm terrible at stuff, and I'm trying to get more episodes of stuff out. I'm doing better at it because now I'm back from uni and I've got more time for all the stuff. And I'm also playing Kingdoms and Castles at the moment, and what's the other one? FTL. I just went back and played FTL because
It
it's
is an
cool.
amazing game.
And I came across a Vulcan cannon in like episode 2, and like I was supposed to use the bio beam. I was in the slug ship, and it's like, hey, you're supposed to kill the crew. I'm like, sod that, Vulcan. I couldn't even fire it when I got it. I didn't have enough weapon power. I've had to upgrade to that point. But now everything dies within 30 seconds. It's great. That's going cool. That's all I'm doing at the moment.
Havoc.
You can find me at the usual spots, but for those who may be new to the stream, you can find me over at YouTube, www.youtube.com/Avac, or on twitch.tv/Avac as well. Currently, I am streaming infrequently, but I finally fixed a stupid problem that I had, a technical problem that was causing me to be a little bit disheartened with streaming. But now that's fixed, probably going to jump back into Prey and maybe a little bit of Starship Theory now and then, because I'm actually uploading Starship Theory on YouTube and I'm having far too much fun for one playthrough. I'm also uploading RimWorld, a little bit of Colony Survival, Stardew Valley, and now and then different things like Bounty Train and stuff like that, but kind of rotate just different indie games or just an old game that I find and I'm like, oh, this is pretty cool, I want to play this a bit. But yeah, what about you, E? What are you doing at the moment?
Well, thank you for asking, Havoc. I'm Entralissim. You can catch me over at twitch.tv/Entralissim, where I stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. I've missed a few lately because I've been away, getting prepared to go away, and away the last 3, so tomorrow's going to be fun. And you can also catch me over at youtube.com/Entralissim, where I do most of my stuff over there. Currently playing Hearts of Iron 4, taking over the world as Austro-Hungarian Empire, because that's fun in Second World War. And also I've got Motor Manager, where I'm trying to take a team and actually win, or at least not do too badly, in the bottom league, setting up my own little race team. It's going okay, coming towards the end of the first season of that. And also I've started playing Starship Theory, because it's the done thing, which is fun. I hate fire so much. But that's been it for us. There have been no tips today, so there are no tips for us to read out. And we'll be back next Friday with more Stars of Outnumber, and then Saturday with what I assume might be the culmination of Shadowrun. I don't think there's going to be a 2-part. I think this is just one, and that should be it. I'm really looking forward to the next episode of Shadowrun, and the next episode of Stars of Outnumber is going to be fun, especially the party dynamic now kind of over the term is tits up. But yeah, please, in the meantime, go check out the subreddit and the wiki and stuff, fill those out. And of course, if you want to chat, pop along to the Discord. I believe that Avak is writing some new rules regarding spoilers and stuff for the Discord, so that people know where they're allowed to post spoilers and talk about like current stuff as it's going on, where people can talk about old spoilers and where people can't talk about any spoilers whatsoever. So I know that's been a bit of a contention on the thing, so I look forward to that, so I can pop in and be like, what did people think of the episode? What did people think of this? Oh my god, Cooper's an asshole. But until next time.
That's not exactly a spoiler.
True.
Yeah, I think everybody knows that.
I didn't ask for this.
I think you did. I think you literally did. I think you literally said, I choose
I'm going to say, you literally asked for this, actually.
I think the DM said, hey, what would you like to do? And you said, you know what? I would like it if you...
Didn't slap
Said
me with
robot
a
body,
broken
damn it.
Real body. I want a robot body, thanks.
Neck down, damn it.
Adam Jensen has a right to complain. You do not.